Really enjoyed working with the guy. Steve went to Hawkeye Tech in Waterloo, Iowa, judged livestock, and was the university herdsman for the sheep flock. He grew up in Gilman, Iowa, where he raised sheep and worked for his uncles and family friends on row crop and sheep and hog farms. Was involved in 4-H and enjoyed showing lambs. Steve and his wife Bridget reside in San Angelo and have 6 children who have all been raised in the 4-H program and participated showing sheep and or goats. Steve was an extension agent for Ag and Natural Resources for 15 years. He now owns and runs Sturt Show Goats and Stock Dogs and Sturt's Reproduction Services in San Angelo, Texas. Steve is president of the Texas Goat Breeder Association, superintendent of the Tom Green County Livestock Association, and is a livestock mentor for 4-H and FFA members in Tom Green County. Steve enjoys all aspects of the livestock industry, but really enjoys helping youth succeed in breeding, raising, and showing of their projects. He believes there's nothing better than youth participating in the 4-H and FFA programs and showing livestock. Folks, let's give our judge, Steve Sturts, a big round of applause. Our Class 2 Southdowns should be checking in. Class 2 Southdowns.
Well, good morning. I'm Hadley Broadwater. Going to introduce myself to help commentate through the Southdown division here. I'm originally from Crawfordsville, Indiana, with a heavy background in showing sheep and goats at a state and national level across the country. And then I attended Lincoln Land Community College, competed there on the livestock judging team, and then transferred to Iowa State. I'm here through the Top Judge program to kind of be involved with the conference deal that we're doing here. Lexi, do you want to introduce yourself and talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, thank you, Hadley. So my name is Lexi Hunt. I'm originally from Buckeye, Arizona, and I'm also here through the Top Judge program. I attended junior college at South Plains College in Levelland, Texas, and then I'm currently finishing up my animal science degree at Texas Tech University. So just to elaborate for those of you that maybe haven't heard about the Top Judge program before, it is for kids that have just finished up, usually seniors on the collegiate level that have just finished up judging at Louisville this past fall. And so we are here through the Top Judge program and get to spend the week here at San Antonio with different mentors, going through the motions and just getting to see the ins and outs of a major stock show. We are super excited for the opportunity to be here and excited to be commentating with y'all throughout our Southdown division this morning.
Very well said, Lexi. Yes, we're super excited to be here with you guys today. I think kind of just in terms of the class, we've got our first set sent to validation and classification. So we'll continue to work through this first class.
Again, Class 2 Southdown should be checking in.
So yeah, as Hadley said, we just sent our first set here within Class 1 of our Southdown division to the scales and through classification. And just to clarify, for those of you that are watching that maybe didn't catch what Mr. Sturts was saying this morning before the first class entered the ring. So this is actually the first time that there has been a two-judge system here at San Antonio. And so Mr. Sturts clarified this morning and wanted to make sure that the crowd and everyone watching at home was aware that he is the head judge today. And we have Mr. Cash Allen serving as his associate. So we actually got to meet with Mr. Sturts last night and just talk about kind of his preparation for a show of this caliber. And he touched on the fact that, you know, he has watched different shows that have had two judge systems or even panel systems, and he's seen the positives and he's also seen the negatives of it. And he wanted to make sure that himself and Mr. Allen, that they made sure this was a positive experience for the kids, and to have two judges out there, they didn't want any kids to be confused about who they were supposed to be showing to or anything like that, just to make it the most positive they possibly can for our exhibitors out here today.
Yeah, as Lexi mentioned, we were fortunate enough to get to hear from Mr. Sturts and Cash last night, and they kind of touched on their relationship.
Well, a really nice class
We'll go
here.
ahead and
We've
hear
got
comments from
some
Mr. Sturts.
sheep that we're going to release as they go. There's some that have a really good look, maybe not the handling quality, maybe not as much horsepower and muscle down low. We've got some we'd like to maybe give a little bit better front end and a little bit better neck set and make just a little cooler. There's some of them that don't move quite as well. There's a really good looking sheep on the side here that just doesn't handle quite as well, not quite as bold in his rib. We've got one that's bolder in his rib and wider, gets just a little bit forward in his shoulder and neck, doesn't handle himself quite as well on the move. We've got a few others. This one here's got a lot of muscle in his leg, needs to be better in his loin and better in his front end as far as his putting everything together in a balanced type situation. But really, really a nice set. These kids have worked hard. Let's give these kids that are leaving the ring a round of applause, and we'll sort through what we have left. Congratulations.
Well, perfectly said from Mr. Sturts. I think one thing we'll continue to see all day and tomorrow from him is transparency about where he's at and what he's looking for. And he wants us to make the best experience it is possible for the kids, and I think he'll do exactly that. Kind of as I was mentioning before, they touched on their preparation of building a relationship prior to this, because maybe their relationship's a little bit unique in terms of having an associate judge. They weren't necessarily super familiar with one another. So Sturt said that he was committed to getting to know each other and kind of through phone calls, and not just talking about sheep, but like just as people, so that they were comfortable with each other in the ring and could give the kids a better experience. Looks like we have 12 back in here for them to evaluate down to the sale slots. So we'll go ahead and see where they get down to it.
Still missing 3 lambs for Class 2 Southdowns. Class 2, you need to be checked in.
Yeah, so as Hadley mentioned, Mr. Sturts and Cash have dwindled down to 12, and then I believe that 7 make the sale within our Southdown division. So we're going to get 12, then dwindle down to our 7 sell slots. I believe we'll place all the way through, though. So this is the first time that he's gone through and handled his 12 that he pulled. And so now we're just waiting on them to start making their first decisions.
Well, it looks like they're making their final selection for the sales slot within this class and then potentially going to resort through that top 7.
Well, a really good set that's leaving here from 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. These 12 that we picked and made it through the scales in the classifying. Really a deep set. I think it was close between several of these. I think the one we got there, girl in the pink, sure, and I'm going to say pink. I'm colorblind, so forgive me if you're not wearing pink, but it looks pink to me. She's we like that one, and especially think that one fits in here with these top 6. So we're gonna sort through these in the top end. I apologize for all the talking and doing, but I want to be real transparent about what we're doing and what I'm doing, and let y'all know. And as we get into these classes, it'll go faster and easier, and we'll get through it a little better. But congratulations to those kids for getting pulled the first time. Again, a really nice set. We've got the 7 that are going to make the sale out here, and we're going to sort through those. Well, an excellent class of Southdowns. Really enjoyed sorting through these, and good bunch of kids, and it's a lot of fun when you get quality stock like this. I think we've got 5 up here that represent what I'm looking for. We're going to start with one that I think, to me, the biggest things that come to mind when we compare it to the next 4 is we're a little bolder in our rib, we're a little bit bigger in our forearm, our whole skeleton's just pulled apart a little more naturally. This one, to me, is leaner. I think you look at the body wall thickness and the touch of this one, we've got just a little better touch as far as finish. Not that the others are too fat. This one just is going to yield a little better and have a little better carcass as far as finish is concerned, but has enough to be fresh and good out through that loin. This one's big rack, big loin, big hip. We saw him, or I saw him when he came in, and like his proportional balance, and I think he comes to the top real nicely. I think the next 2 kind of mirror each other in a lot of ways. I like their extension of their neck. I like their balance from the side. They're close as far as conditions concerned, and we're not going to make fat a main thing today because it's not a main thing, and we don't one-trade them, or I'm not going to one-trade them. But we're a little finer in our bone than the first one with this one in second. I like the depth of flank and the balance there. We blend well from the shoulder into that rib and rack and come up with a lot of width there at the last rib. Not as much definition, not as much true muscle as the one in first, but I think just right behind it as far as those qualities are concerned. When we talk about one that has a little more foot size, this next one's probably a little bigger footed, has a little more length of neck and length of body than the one in first, but not quite as massive, especially when we get in that middle and lower leg. We'd like to blow that pin set out a little bit, make him just a little bit better there. On the move, this one doesn't move quite as well as the 2 in front of it. Wants to roll just a tad and not come out of its rear leg posture is good. We get the next one, and one that's just a little green today. I really like the way this sheep's made, especially from his neck back. He doesn't have quite the boldness of rack shape in upper rib there. Really nice through his loin and through his hip. We like the structure and skeletal quality of this one when he moves around. Obviously, big-footed, big bone, big forearm. Just doesn't match with that rack shape and rib shape and total expression of muscle there at the top of that rib. We'd like to take this one and jerk his neck back and put it on top of his shoulder a little bit. But really, really a nice lightweight. He gets outweighed by quite a few pounds by the 3 in front of him, it looks like to me. Just maybe a little green and not quite as ready and market ready. One I really like the way he's pulled apart and probably matches our first place a little bit better as far as that boldness and that extra touch is this one in fifth. And this one at times wants to pull back on her and not show quite as well, and he gets a little sway back and his shoulder comes out a little bit. But I think this one's really neat in his underline. I think his top line could be better. If we could make his top line better, he moves up some. This one's really good on his feet and legs and moves out nicely. Really got a good touch and handle to him, and we appreciate that. We just need to make him a little bit smoother in that top line, make those transitions from the top of his skeleton a little more seamless. We love him on the walk. We love his forearm. We love his extra width. Doesn't hold his skeleton together quite as well at times, and part of that's he doesn't want to show quite as well, but part of it is his skeleton's not quite as good as the quality in the front of him. The next 2, both these handle real nice, maybe not quite the boldness, not quite the muscle that the others have, maybe not quite as good touch. We like the look from the side, need more punch to them, but really, really a nice class. These kids have done an excellent job. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts here in this class.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Class 2 Southdowns are entering the ring. Class 3 Southdowns will be the next group to check in.
Well, a great first class to go ahead and see how Mr. Sturts and Cash are going to operate throughout the day and maintain that consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like the first 7 of them have gone to the back. Our first 7 cell makers out of Class 1 of our Southdowns have already been selected. So, and it looks like, as to be expected, Mr. Sturts is very big on consistency. And I think in that last description, he just really made it known, the things that he's always stuck true to and he will try to stay consistent to throughout the day in terms of sheep that handle right and sheep that are fresh and sheep that have the right kind of muscularity and body shape as well. So, with that being said, Class 2 is currently in the ring. Class 2 of Southdowns weight ranges from 115 pounds to 124 pounds.
Again, our Class 3 Southdown should be checking in. Steve said I could say whatever I wanted about him. That gave me kind of free reign. I worked with him a number of years, and if you know Steve Sturts, he spends a lot of time in a vehicle, a lot of time on a phone. And I guess if you spend enough time in a vehicle, that's going to mean some speeding tickets now and then. Steve's the only guy I know that took defensive driving from his iPad while driving down the road.
We now have our first set of results in from the last class. In first, Kendall Keeter from Comanche FFA. In second, Gemma Jordan Bratton from Bell County 4-H. In third, Corbin Cash Coons from Gillespie County 4-H. In fourth, Collins Clem from New Home FFA. And in fifth, we have Alaze Martinez from Santa Fe FFA. As we touched on the results, we just got the Texas Land Breeders Association results in. In first is Kendall Keeter with Southdown from Harbor Livestock. Our third place, Corbin Coons, also has a Texas Land Breeders Association lamb from Jennings Show Lambs. Collins Clem as well with Flanagan Stoltz Southdowns, and Hadley Pearson with Fritz Southdowns. So congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Well, a nice class of Southdowns. Maybe not as deep as our first class as far as quality depth, and it probably showed on the pull. I think we still have some nice sheep out here that have a nice profile. This one in second's really up fronted, really cool as far as length. Sets his legs down good, gets a little flatter in his lower rib, doesn't have quite as much punch out through his loin, much width out through his hip is what we've got pulled. Another nice looking one gets a little deeper fronted. Appreciate the bone and feature that one has. We've got some here that look good on the walk, and we just don't have enough handling qualities when we put them up against the rail and handle them. But a really, really good set. These kids have done an awesome job. Let's give them a round of applause as they leave the ring. Appreciate them coming and showing us today.
Results from Class 1 South Downs. 7th place, Hadley Pearson, Guadalupe County 4-H. Breeder was Fritz South Downs. 6th was Claire Paulson, Bridgeland FFA. 5th, Alize Martinez, Santa Fe FFA. 4th, Collins Clem, New Home FFA. Breeder is Flanagan Stoltz South Downs. 3rd, Corbin Kuntz, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder was Jennings Show Lambs. 2nd was Gemma Bratton, Bell County 4-H. And our class winner was Kendall Keeter, Comanche FFA. Breeder was Harbor Livestock. Congratulations.
Well, the sift has been made here within Class 2 of our South Downs. It looks like 10 have made it back from the scales and through classifications. And just an interesting fact that some may be interested to know. I know you maybe can't see it on camera, but the classification system here at San Antonio, they're actually utilizing iPads instead of chips. Historically, in the past, for those that don't know, classification process consists of 3 classifiers in either white or red chips, and so they're actually utilizing iPads to classify today. And through that iPad system, they will either say yes or no, but now exhibitors will be able to see why they have classified out if they do so. I know that is something that Texas exhibitors have been asking for a long time, so that should now be available following San Antonio.
Yeah, it should be a really neat opportunity for the exhibitors to learn and hopefully make the classification system easier in years to come, so people are more aware about what actually makes a breed and what doesn't.
Again, our Class 3 South Down should be in the holding area.
Well, it looks like they've got 5 pulled over to the middle of the ring that they will resort here in a second. And it looks like Mr. Sturts is making his final decision on the last 2 sale slots here within Class 2.
Here's a prime example of here we see the associate judge being utilized to help make the correct decision in terms of making a sale slot, just to keep Mr. Sturts on the same path of his consistency as he mentioned he wants to stay on. Looks like we have our final selected 7. They'll rework those in a minute as they Sturts and Mr. Allen kind of give these kids their final remarks on why they didn't make the sale slot.
Well, when we get the sword up to the top, I think there's one easy thing to do. I turned around to tell Cash that one up in the front just kind of sets himself apart when he came in, and didn't disappoint when I handled him. Or I thought I told Cash that. I actually told one of the ring guys. That looked around and it was somebody different. But then said the same thing to Cash when I found him, and we agree that one's just a hoss. That one. Really cool made, proportionally balanced, level. He moves out good, covers his track, really hits the sand nicely. We appreciate the top shape he's got. We appreciate the leanness he's got with yet having some boldness to him. There's bigger forearm, bigger ribbed, bigger legged ones in here, but they don't move like that. They don't look like that from the side, and they don't put all those pieces together. Now, I separated him from the group, and I probably should have put the second place one in with him, because when he came in, when I look from the shoulder back especially, and I look at his forearm, I like the heck out of that one and like the way he moves as well. Maybe not as seamless and neat as far as the way he moves around the ring as the one in first, but they're very close. This one just gets forward a little bit, and his shoulder doesn't tie quite as neatly to me into his neck when we put him on the move. Maybe not quite the handling quality of leanness and finish that he's got over his ribs to make him ideal. Not that he's bad. He just probably a little leaner, a little harsher to the touch than our one in first, but really big loined, really big hipped. We love that pin setting in him. Just a really nice one to start off with. It gets a little bit more difficult when we get third, fourth, fifth. Third catches my eye on the walk more than anything. He is a little flatter in his stifle. He's a little flatter in that front end. But, boy, that one comes up with some width on top, some levelness. I think he just looks better in motion and puts things together in motion better than our next two. Really a high-quality one as far as handling characteristics. Next, one that has a little more foot size maybe than the one directly in front of it. Sure has a little more rib shape. Doesn't handle quite as good over that loin. When we put this one in motion, he wants to roll his hip, hock, and hind end just a tad bit, not keep himself together and as composed as his contemporaries. And so he gets there with the muscle he has. We'd like to change that hip, or I'd like to change that loin, give him just a little bit more fullness there. Maybe a little more rear flank as we compare him to 1 and 2, but a nice one as far as handling characteristics and having muscle and in pure shape. Our next one, real long-bodied, real level, gets a little bit forward in the neck and shoulder, gets a little bit down in that chest floor when we look at him moving around the ring. One that we appreciate the base width he has. Another one we'd maybe like to make move a little better in comparison to the top two especially, but when we appreciate that underneath skeleton, the balance, the width this one has, we extend this one out and give him just a little more look from the side and a little better walking. He moves up several spots. We the last two, took a lot of time on that, and for your information, our conversation's really not about which one would you place where or whatever. It's more about just looking at the sheep and saying this is how I see him and this is how he sees him, and then I'm making the decision based on that. And so, or not based on that, but somewhat making sure that I'm seeing him the same way. And I think that there's no doubt we see him very similar after these first three classes, or two classes, excuse me. But a really nice set here. We just don't move quite as well. We roach in our top with this one. This one just doesn't pack as much muscle, pack as much touch as the ones above it. But really nice set. These 7 kids are going to make the sale. They deserve a round of applause for their work and effort out here. Thanks for bringing them to me.
Exhibitors, just a reminder, you do need to have your disposition card when but make sure that you have that disposition card when you come to the show ring.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods,
Well, as we just finished up the second class, we'll get the results to you in just a moment. But Class 3's rolling in. We have
Class
37
3
entries,
Southdowns are entering the
weights ranging
ring,
from
and
125 to
Class
133.
4 will be next to check in.
Still waiting on the results from the last class, but looks like we have 5 pulled out into the center of the ring to go ahead and head over to the scales and classification in just a moment. Sturts and Mr. Allen will continue to pull them until they get however many they want to sift within this class. Results from Class 2 Southdowns. 7th was Tinley Jacoby, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder was Dartez Southdowns. 6th, Miley Hallmark, Comal County 4-H. Breeder was Elroy Jonas Southdowns. 5th, Renee Striegler, McCullough County 4-H. Breeder was Barron Southdowns. 4th, Everly Valentine, Borden FFA. Breeder was Flanagan Stoltz Southdowns. 3rd, Brayley Petrick, Lavernia FFA. Breeder is Jennings Show Lambs. 2nd, Hadley Hornsey, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Newsom Southdowns. And our class winner was Hayden Ice, Ariane FFA. Breeder is Flanagan Stoltz Southdowns. Congratulations.
Again, our Class 4 Southdown should be in the holding area.
Well, real high quality set. This set goes a lot deeper. We've got 4 or 5 out here that to me are really close. I really like the way this one moves around the ring when I go and handle. Maybe not quite as much punch as the others have. This one, same way, gets a little forward in its shoulder, little neck when we go to handling. A little softer, not quite as good as far as that touch and feel. Really nice looking one from the shoulder back here. Gets a little, as far as muscles concerned, gets a little bit off in his top line. Like to make him a little smoother there and give him a little more rear flank. I've got a couple down here that look good on the move. Loose skeletons. We got some loose skeletons, and I don't mind. I want them to be loose enough to move around and not too tight, but maybe a little looser than I'd like. We've got a sheep right here. He's got a lot of boldness to his rib, a lot of center body shape. Gets a little bit flat in the lower rib, gets a little more mature in his look. Another one here we really like some things about. When we get down to it, when we look at lower leg muscle and putting those things together, doesn't have quite the handling characteristics of the ones we have pulled. But really a nice set. These kids have done an awesome job. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts in this class, and we'll sort through the top end. Congratulations.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
About that one and missed it, but really a nice set again. These kids did an awesome job.
Well, the sift has been made here within Class 3, and it looks like we have 8 that have made it through the scales and classification that will come back in to be resorted. Well, as Mr. Sturts gets down to his final 7 or placing within this class, I'll go ahead and read the Texas Lamb Breeders Association results from the last class. In 7th, we have Tinley Jacoby from Gillespie County 4-H with a Southdown from D'Artes Southdowns. In 6th place, Miley Hallmark from Como County 4-H with a Southdown from Elroy Jonas Southdowns, excuse me. In 5th, Renee Stragler, McCullough County 4-H from Behrens Southdowns. In 4th, Everly Valentine, Borden FFA with a Southdown from Flanagan Stoltz Southdowns. In 3rd, Brayley Petrick, Lavernia FFA, Jennings Show Lambs. In 2nd, Hadley Hoense, Tom Green County 4-H with a Southdown from Newsom Southdowns. And your class winner, Hayden L. Ice, Iran FFA,
with the Southdown from Flanagan Stoltz. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors. Well, we know this class is pretty deep because of Mr. Sturtz's remarks when he was making the sift, and then the last class he got down to it and had his mind pretty made up with a quick decision. Looks like he's taken a little bit more time here within his final top 5 decisions.
Well, and I said I'm going to try to be as transparent as I can about this two-judge thing. And as I said earlier, I think Cash is a great talent, and I think he'll be doing a lot of these later. But our conversations are more about I see this one this way, and I see that one that way, and pretty much he hasn't disagreed with me yet, so I guess either he's not going to tell me or he thinks that I'm doing it right or likes my comments. But when we're placing them, guys, I'm getting the 5 I want up here and the 7 in the deal, and we're going to take a little longer on that sail hole. And I talked to the young man that got the cry hole, so to speak, and it's a hard thing to do is put a kid there, but I know that that's just as important to hit their families as it is to these that get first, second, third. And so depending on what your goals are and what you're coming here for, a sail hole is a very important thing. And so I'm going to take that serious. And that's one of the things, I guess, with having Cash here is I want to maybe use some of my knowledge of moving around the ring and some of my knowledge about what we do and why we do it that way, so that when he gets here, he doesn't have to worry about those things. Those things are pretty much imprinted in his mind on how he does it. So enjoyed being able to just converse with him, but we're placing them like Steve Sturtz wants them, and we're putting them in there how I like them. This one that wins nicely. The first 2 that walked in or that I pulled were these 2 young ladies, and I think 2 sheep that are deserving of first and second hole for sure. This one just puts together proportional balance, muscle, touch, leanness in one package. There's just really not a great big hole in him. We could probably, it's just a little bit of a tie in his top, but when he moves nicely. He covers his track, gets out there and really steps in the sand nicely. We appreciate the balance and proportional balance. There's just more to him when we look at him compared to the next 4 sheep. We've got more width in the hip, we've got more stifle muscle, and we have a nice front end, and we're structurally correct and really good as far as that front end assembly and tying into that shoulder and into that loin. As I said, if I was going to pick on him, I'd probably say I'd like to see that tie just a little smoother in his back, but that's getting really picky on a nice heavyweight. I think the decisions get a little closer here. I think this one in second follows him the best, especially when we put him in motion. I think skeletal quality, structure quality, this one's wide coming at you, going away from you. This one's balanced from the side. We've got a deep flank. We're really good as far as our front flank to rear flank relationship. This one handles with a lot of boldness on the top side of his skeleton, really big in that middle rib, really big in that loin. Again, big out through that hip, not the pin set and total muscle that the one in first has, but I think follows him closely. We've got one next that I didn't get on the walk, and we got right away pretty much. Knew this one had some really good qualities. Probably didn't get him on the walk, or I'm sure I didn't get him on the walk. He's a little bit up in his flank. He's a little bit off in his hind two, gets a little bit narrower. But I think when you compare him to the rest of them in class, when we talk about that quality of front end, we talk about that shape down the top, really good in that loin edge. We dropped this one's flank and changed that hind leg posture, and this one's giving these other two a race. Just need to change those things about it today, maybe give it a little more center leg in comparison to the one in first. We get one in fourth here that really appreciate the rib shape and upper rib shape and rack shape, one that has some boldness to its skeleton, gets just a little bit more mature and a little flatter in his bone work and flatter in his lower rib in comparison to the ones we have, maybe shortens up in his skeleton for a heavyweight. We'd like to see him more extended, but one that balances nice, one that's really good on the move, when we appreciate that hip, really a high quality individual. The one here in fifth, I think I've had him as high as third and as low as sixth, and I love some things about this sheep. I love that extra length. I love that extra hip length. I like this one when this young man gets him from the side. Obviously, I picked him on the walk because I thought his skeleton was nice. He gets a little up in his flank. He doesn't have quite the integrity on his edges of his loin, doesn't have quite the boldness, right behind that shoulder going into that cage. We'd like to give him a little more there. Really good as far as touch, as far as leanness is concerned. We actually need just a little more finish to make that one handle a little bit better and be able to compete with these in front of him. We get to the next one. Just doesn't have the boldness to the skeleton, the width underneath. We'd like to change that skeleton and just pull that one apart. One that handles good as far as touch, maybe roaches and gets a little high in the top. Like to change that from the side, but a nice one as far as handling qualities and gets there a lot on handle qualities and having some muscle along with some length. We get to the next one. This one just gets a little softer to the touch, doesn't hold his skeleton quite as well on the walk or when we put him on the stand, but really nice set of third-class Southdowns. These kids have done an awesome job. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts here.
As Class 4 starts to come in, it looks like we have 32 entries ranging from 134 to 142. I believe we have this class along with Class 5, and then we'll have the champion selection of the Southdowns.
Our Class 4 Southdowns are entering the ring. Class 5 will be the next group to check in.
Well, we are still waiting on official results from Class 3 of our Southdowns, but currently Mr. Sturts and Cash are continuing to sift through Class 4 as the first ones are going across the scale in classification.
Results from Class 3 South Downs. 7th place was James Eckert, Fredericksburg FFA. Breeder was Jennings Show Lambs. 6th was Adeline Eilers, Fredericksburg FFA. Breeder was Eilers Show Lambs. 5th was Kaysen Shulock, Hill County 4-H. Breeder was Harbor Livestock. 4th was Brooke Hughes, Rio Vista FFA. Breeder was Fritz South Downs. 3rd, Ellis Irwin, Lubbock Cooper FFA. Breeder was Fritz South Downs. 2nd went to Paisley Phillips, Deer Park FFA. Breeder is Harbor Livestock. And our class winner was Staten Silvers Junction FFA. Congratulations.
Well, really nice set. We've got some on the outside that we like some of the qualities about. Maybe don't match what we pulled. Either don't walk quite as well, don't look quite as well structurally in moving out. Shorten up maybe in their hip or in their hind end. Want to get a little bit underneath themselves. I talked to several of them up here at the front about what we change, and we get down here and I'll just point a few out. We've got a really nice looking one here that's a little needs to be deeper in his flank, give me a little more muscle. We've got one here that has really good from the shoulder back, but gets a little deeper in the front, a little off in the shoulder. Another really nice handling one right here. We just get to that back end. We need to get that hip wider and give me more leg muscle, balance that one out a little bit. But really nice set. Again, these kids have done an awesome job. I'm going to watch them one more time to make sure I didn't miss one, but I think we've got what we need over there. Again, these kids have done an awesome job. Let's congratulate them for their efforts here.
We just got the Texas Land Breeders Association results from the last class. Looks like we have in 7th, James Earhart from Fredericksburg FFA, his Southdown from Jennings Show Lamb. In 6th, Adeline Ehlers, Fredericksburg FFA as well, from Ehlers Show Lambs. In 5th, Kaysen Sulak, Hill County 4-H Harbor Livestock. 4th, Brooke Hughes, Rio Vista FFA, Fritz Southdowns. And then we have in 3rd, Ellis Irwin, Lubbock Cooper FFA, also from Fritz. In 2nd, also from Harbor Livestock, Paisley K. Phillips. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Well, it looks like we have 10 that have made it back from the scales and classification, going to get down to 7 cell slots.
Well, as Hadley and I mentioned earlier, we had the opportunity to talk to Mr. Sturts and Cash last night and visit with them on just their preparation here for the show today and tomorrow. But something that Mr. Sturts talked about that's, worth mentioning is just the fact that to him, he's putting just as much emphasis on choosing his class winner in second place as he is his seventh in this particular division, as we have 7 cell slots to fill. And so he cares just as much on getting the right sheep seventh to make the cell slot, as he does is getting the correct class winner and then into our division winners. And, he touched on the 2-judge system at the very beginning of the show this morning, but he just talked about whenever he pulls Cash over to talk, he's not necessarily asking Cash, what his preference is or what sheep he thinks they need to pull, but more so what does Cash think about the sheep to make sure that they're on the same page about how they are reading the livestock, and then accordingly make sure that they're getting the right sheep there in seventh.
And we have our 7. We'll continue to see how Mr. Sturts and Cash Allen break these top 7 down. Well, let's see these top three from up here in the podium look awfully interesting.
Yeah, I would say this is the longest that he's taken to make a decision here within the top 5, and it looks like he's got in place. So here are your comments from Mr. Sturts.
Well, a really nice class. We've had a meeting last night with what they call top judge and some kids, and it looks like they all came back last night. So I guess we didn't mess things up too bad. They didn't just go back home and say, "I don't want to be like that old man." But in talking to Cash here, and again, I want our conversations to be transparent and want this to be a transparent situation. We after I placed these and said, I had to get over this, I had to get over that, I had to do this. The conversations are more about what's going through my mind when I'm doing this, and hopefully it's going to help him in a sense where he either say, well, I'll think like that or I won't think like that, because sometimes we learn more on what we're not going to do when we get in the ring from somebody than what we are going to do. But that's what our conversations are, and I messed up and called that third class heavyweights because they're pretty big and they look like heavyweights, and realized that afterwards we've got a few more classes. So I didn't do a very good job on my homework there, and we talked about that with these judges. And I don't want to make it just about the two-judge system and the top judge thing, but I was very concerned about the transparency of this, and I want to be very transparent about it. And I really like this class. This one that wins it nicely, not taking anything away from these 4 behind it or even 6 behind it. But this one's really bold in his rib, really wide at that last rib. That progressive width through his loin and back through his hip is really neat. This one comes at you wide, but is really cool about the front end. You get over the top of this one, and you think to be that wide on the bottom side, this one's going to have some coarseness and not going to tie together is good from that blade into that cage, so to speak. Maybe not have quite the width and that he has on the underside of his skeleton, and keep that front end quality and front end assembly so neat to look at. But this one does that. We like him on the move. Really, really nice and level out through that hip. He handles his hind two really nicely, moves around the ring. Just all those balance factors, proportional balance and muscle, to me, the right shape on the right size with the right frame, and it really wins the class nicely. The one in second, I think, was easy to pull. This one is a little looser in its skeleton, a little longer bodied. A lot of times those two things consequently go together. We'd like to change that top and then that back edge of that loin. But this one, again, really neat to look at as far as the way he ties from his blade to his cage. He's really up in his chest floor. But you get around front, and we have some boldness to that front end. We have some forearm, some quality there in that front end. If we change that loin just a little bit and make him just a little bit, I hate to use the word tighter in his skeleton, but make him just a little bit maybe shorter in his spine where he moves out a little bit better, change a little bit of that integrity of the loin, I think we do that, and I think it really becomes a horse race, but a really neat one to look at, really proportionally balanced. We just don't have as much muscle in that loin and out through that hip, maybe not quite the skeletal quality when we put it on the move. A really attractive one. This one, I told Cash, I said I had to get over the stress in this one's loin, because I kept looking at it, and I look at those wrinkles over that loin, and as I watch this sheep move and I look at him, he just kept moving up. If I put that out of my mind, I had to move this sheep up. Balance-wise, front to rear flank, this one's cool. Neck comes out of the shoulder in the right place. Really neat as far as shoulder blending in there. We like the silhouette of this thing from the side. Maybe not quite as deep in the flank as the one that's right prior to him. Not quite as much muscle as the one that's first. But this guy kept moving him up. I kept moving him up because he's got so many good qualities, and I didn't want to one-trade him and not get him up where he deserves. I think a really good sheep. We take the stress out of that loin. We get this one just a little more power. in that loin and back through that hip. This one really gives these first two a race. We get to the next one, gets a little flatter in his lower rib. We'd like to make that a little rounder and cooler. He does have some width in his front end. We've got some foot quality there, one that's level on the move, one that's level when he stands there. There's not as much lower rib shape. There's not as much good touch and as much mass as the ones that are directly in front of him. We just like to change that rib shape as much as anything about him. We round out our top 5 with a really cool looking one. Has an amazing amount of top shape for the way he's made, but when you really start analyzing and look at him, he's not pulled apart on the bottom or top side of his skeleton quite enough. Really nice quality sheep as far as length and putting those structural and skeletal things together, and appreciate that about him, and the amount of muscle he has for the way he's made. Really appreciate that, but we need to make him a little bigger boned. We need to make him a little stouter to move up anywhere else. Next young lady, again, we got one that we changed the loin just a little bit. I didn't pull this one on the walk, and I said, how'd I miss him after I handled him? And she said, well, he didn't walk good. I said, good, it's not my fault then. But honestly, a nice handling sheep. When we get him out here with these after we pulled him, not quite the look, not quite the balance, not quite the proportions. And we're going to end up with one, guys, that this one probably handles as good as anything we've handled today. This one's fresh as a daisy, really neat as far as that touch on the top side of his skeleton. Comes out with a big old hip and pin bone, wide at the bottom, but he just gets a little lower in his chest. He gets a little bit bigger in his shoulder. He doesn't want to keep his head and neck and chest plate up when we put him on the move. Gets just a little coarse in the way that he's in that front end, but really good handling characteristics. Got a lot of good things about him as far as base width and total dimension of body, and the amount of feature he has. Just need to change that front end and the way he's put together in comparison to our top 5 or 6. Really good class. These kids have done an excellent job. Again, let's give them a round of applause for their efforts.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your
God's enthusiasm with that quality of the last class. If that doesn't get you excited, you might want to check your pulse. Now we
Our
have
Class
entering
5
the last
Southdowns
class
are
5
entering the
of
ring.
the Southdown division.
We will need our first and second place Southdowns from classes 1 through 4 to check in shortly.
Well, again, our last class of Southdowns here before we move into our division drive here shortly, but weight ranges from 143 to 170.
seems as though the pace of the quality within the last class is going to continue as we have 8 pulled from just the walk. So excited to see what Mr. Sturts sees within this last class of Southdowns. Looks like we have 6 that have successfully made it through the scales and the classification system. I believe Sturts is making his final comments to the exhibitors along the rail regarding why they aren't making the first sift.
Well, the pot's right. Again, I selected a few out of here. A really nice class. We were talking about what these weighed when they came in, and top weight of 175, which I would have guessed probably them being bigger. But for a class that big, these kids have done a nice job of feeding them and getting them into shape. We do have some on here on the outside that are a little softer, a little past prime, if you will, but some nice sheep. The one in front really like the look. Just need more power in that hip, more width in that pin bone. Need him to come down wider. The next one's a little softer handling. Next one, it's got some really good qualities from that loin back. Doesn't move quite as well. Doesn't hold his skeleton together as well. We've got some down here. This one right here, this young man's pretty good as far as balance is concerned. I'd like to take that chest floor and tuck it up, lengthen that neck out, give that one a little more length of body and length of hip, and consequently would be in the quality that is above him today. This young lady's here. We just need to change that shoulder and neck shape, maybe make him a little firmer, but one that's got a lot of boldness to the top. And then we've got a really extended, pretty one, just needs more to him on the bottom side of his skeleton. One here that's really nice as far as rack shape, but falls off as far as loin and hip shape. But really a nice set. Again, these kids have done an excellent job of bringing them to us. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts here as they leave the ring. Congratulations to those that got pulled.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, the final sift has been made here within our last class of Southdowns, and it looks like we have 10 that have made it back from the scales and through classifications that will come back out to be resorted.
Well, an excellent class. This one was really deep for big sheep. These things are really have held together well. We even have one out here that I would say is probably not quite ready, and in the top three or is third today. Actually, just tell you what he is. He's not quite as ready as the two in front of him, but really a good one as far as a big one. And as we see sheep get this big, a lot of times we maybe look at some finish and we look at some flatness of bone and some flatness of side, and they start getting mature. And we've got a few of those, or let a few of those out, but really a good class. I want to make a comment. The young lady that was last here, I went to the back, and she was the last one in line, and I called that sheep Prancer when he came in and said, "There's old Prancer to Cash," because the way that he pranced up there. And I told her, I said, this sheep's really an in-betweener. I can pull him, but you're probably going to be, one of the last ones or one of the first ones to go out. And I said to her, "You want me to pull him?" And she said, "That's up to you." And that's all it took. She got pulled. So she went out. I think he was one that deserved pulling. He was close. When she gave me the choice, it was no doubt. She gave me a hug when it's done. She got a sweet personality, and I don't know her from Adam, but really a neat story for me and a neat thing for me. I'll tell it down the line, as I will many of these stories in the ring. But we've got a really good one at top. This one just balances good, comes together good. His maturity for his size just fits. Again, I'm going to use the proportional balance thing all day long, because to me it's the most important thing. It's when they get pulled, they've got skeletal quality and proportional balance, and this one imitates it as good as anything. I really like the front end and the way this guy comes down to his forearm. He's big at his knee, he's big at his foot, and then you get on the top side, and he just transitions from front to rear so neatly. I told Cash when we had those top three, to me that one just puts together the pieces of the two behind him and just really puts together those things we're looking for. He's not quite as big in his loin as the one right behind him. He's probably not as big in his hip as the one in third. But it matches his body, and there's plenty there, people. And when you talk about structural and skeletal quality, when you talk about moving out and putting the feet in the right place, you look at that balance from the side and that hip. This one puts those things together. Now, could he be maybe just a little bit bigger in that hip and loin in comparison to the two behind him? Yes. But does he match, and does he look, and does he have enough? Yes, he does. So one in second I had up at the top, and in my mind I thought he was going to be the one to beat. As we get him out here and we look at him, he's a little bigger in size, and he's starting to show his maturity a little bit flatter in that lower rib, really nice in that rack. His top side almost doesn't match that flatness of rib on his bottom side. This one has forearm. I don't think he's as naturally wide. I don't think his arm and feet are naturally as big as the one we start off with. When we get him from the side, we like his profile. Gets just a little bit, deviates maybe just a tad in his loin when you look at him from the side. But when you handle that loin, the integrity's there. The squareness is there. The depth is there. It's just because of the length of loin and length of body. This one's really cool. This one just almost needs a couple more weeks to be exactly where he needs to be. A little bit immature when we look at the top side of his skeleton and we look at his rib shape. He's not pulled apart as much, not blown apart as much. Really neat. Again, I'm going to talk about forearm and arm and foot. Really neat as far as that goes. Probably a little better than the one in second. He's a little neater in his lower rib and his profile than the one in second. However, we get into that middle part of the body and that rib and cage. We get into that loin. He's not quite as wide as the two that precede him. And he comes back almost it's one of those things that it really doesn't match. He comes back with a really wide pin set, a really wide hip, really got a good leg in him. We appreciate the way he puts his feet and legs down. I don't think anything wrong with the skeletal structure or quality of structure in these top three. One and fourth just gets in a class that he gets out horsed with a little more expression of muscle, a little more look. a little more glamour, so to speak. This one gets just a little deeper in his chest. We like the way he looks from the side. We like the way his skeletal quality and structural quality is. We're not quite as cool about our front. We're not put together quite as neat, and we don't have the handling characteristics of the three in front. Really good big sheep here, big-footed, big bone. Top side doesn't match the bottom side. If this one's as wide as top, he's going to be super, super wide. He's got a lot of muscle when we compare him to the others as far as his size concerned, and we look at the amount of meat he has for the pounds he has. I don't think he's quite the quality these above him are. We'd like him to hold his skeleton together just a little bit better on the move, maybe drop that rear flank. We round out with two that have good silhouettes, good profile, just need more oomph to them, need more width, base width, more dimension to their body, need a little more muscle, but a really, really nice class. These kids did an awesome job. I really enjoyed this class and sorting through them. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, Mr. Sturts just wrapped up talking our last class here within our Southdown division, and our Southdown division drive is fixing to come into the ring.
The last couple of classes have been really packed with quality. Super excited to see all these class winners get back out here and see what they look like.
Steve said the other stuff.
As we have a moment, as they validate those that just were in that class before the drive, I want to just give my compliments to Mr. Sturts on his job with the kids. I think it's really inspiring to see his work and thoroughness with each kid, and whether they make the sift or not, his comment about the girl that he hugged or whatever, and whether it was his decision or not, his passion for this is truly admirable.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, it seems as if the girls have really dominated here within our Southdown division. All 10 representatives back out here are girls. And with that, I think it's going to be interesting to see what Mr. Sturts does here within this particular division. There were a lot of deep classes, and I don't necessarily think he's let on just yet about which one his favorite is. So excited to hear about him here momentarily.
not to kill the anticipation, but as we await seeing our champion selection, after the conclusion of the Southdown Drive, we will roll right into the final Class 1 of that division. There'll be 5 classes of finals, and then I do believe they'll be breaking for lunch.
Well, what a fun morning. I can tell you that when you get this quality of sheep, it doesn't matter what breed it is. It's fun to me. I've enjoyed visiting with the kids. I've enjoyed putting my placings on them and sorting them. I've enjoyed our ring help and everybody, and Cash has been very good to be out here and working with me and watching, and appreciate his input when I asked for it, and mostly I just went to him and said, looks like I can do anything on that front row and I'm going to be all right, because I think these are really good guys. I was asked last night about, do I have a vision, or do I have what I'm looking for, or do I have something in my mind of what I'm going to look at? And I quit doing that years ago, because your expectations sometimes will not match, and you'll be disappointed, and I don't want to be disappointed for one thing, but I can tell you, when you get this quality out here, you're not going to be disappointed. I think structurally and skeletally, and when we watch especially this first line move around, they're very similar in those things, and that's probably my number one thing that I look at, and if I'd have thought of it, I would have said that last night, but I did tell them that, I've got things that I prioritize, and those are the things I prioritize, and then I let the chips fall where they may. I think too many of us sometimes will say, well, one's too big or one's too small, and we get to a show and he's the best one, and we better use him. So I don't worry about size. I worry about what they look like, their skeleton, their structure, their proportional balance, how they move, and then how that skeleton ties to that muscle and how that fat is laid onto that body cavity and throughout the carcass, and look at those type things. And I really am impressed with both lines of these Southdowns. When it comes down to it and I'm looking at them and I'm handling them, I put the handling characteristic in there. I think there's a couple of them that come to the top on having an extra shape to that rack, a little extra width to that loin, maybe a little more width and dimension to that lower leg when we really get to looking at them from the three-quarter view. When they move around to me, they keep their skeletons together, as they all do, but they're maybe just a little better balanced as far as that depth of flank and the way that they're made. Really good to the touch. There's an individual out here that after I handled them the last time and I looked at all the characteristics that they had when they walked, I think it came to the top for me pretty nicely as far as putting that handling quality together with that movement and structure and skeleton. I'm going to go shake the hand of your champion. We're going to pull the one up second from that class because I don't want to overlook one. Excellent Southdown show. Qualities are really, really good, and I'm really impressed with our front and second line here. These kids have done an awesome job. All the kids that showed today, awesome job. A lot of fun. As I said, let's give them all a round of applause, and I'll pick your champion. Well, our champion, just a little more gas in his tank, so to speak, a little more width through that loin and that hip, a tremendous touch to him as far as relationship of finish to muscle. I think one that puts those yield quality and carcass quality together really well. When we get back out here for reserve, we pull one up that I love the foot size. I love that underneath shape. Middle part of this one's body's really pulled apart. Maybe not the extension of neck and quite the neatness of front and look of front that some of the rest of them have out here, but sure matches and comes up here and is giving them a run for their money. I think it's really, really close for reserve. I think when I look at these qualities and I look at the one that wins and the one that probably follows him, or does in my mind follows him the most closely as far as maybe having some out there features but having that same balance and structure and putting those things together, is this young lady right in front of me. She'll be reserved.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
fixing to be a good show throughout the rest of the day and on into tomorrow. So moving on to our Class 1 finals.
Well, it's good to get on here and do some commentating for the fine wool division. My name is Luke Rodabaugh. I'm from Kansas State and down here with the Top Judge program. And with me, I have Cade Menon, and we'll be with you today for the fine wools.
Yeah, I'm Cade Menon. It's good to be here and commentating. I'm originally from Indiana. I went to Lincoln Land Community College in Springfield, Illinois, and then transferred out to Iowa State, where I'm finishing up. It's good to be here. These fine wools are a little bit different than what we get to see up north. So it's going to be good to kind of see how these things have evolved through the years and where they're at now.
Well, I apologize. It took a little more reprogramming my brain than I thought it would, going from Southdowns to fine wools. And so when they came in, I didn't pull as many on the walk, and there's some good quality stuff that was there, and it's a little bit different in the way these sheep are naturally made. A Southdown and a fine wool aren't naturally made to be the same, and so I got my bearings straight now. We walked through them, looked through them. We pulled some. There's some nice quality sheep here still out here. We've got one here that really handles good at the top side of his skeleton. Gets a little forward in his shoulder, a little down in his neck. Not quite the look from the side. Same here, maybe a little bit more extended to the neck, but we've got a little more shoulder. We've got one here that's just a little softer and doesn't handle quite as well. Young man here, we just like to drop the flank, give a little more leg muscle. We've got a young lady in the stripes there that I like the handle of that sheep real well. He's a little up in his chine and down in his chest. Doesn't come at me and go away from me with enough width in comparison to what I have. A good profiling sheep that needs to handle better and be stouter in front of it. And then we've got some sheep that we just like to change maybe the skeletal or structural quality. But really a nice set. We got our bearings straight on these fine wools now. We're going to look at the top end. These kids have done an excellent job. I appreciate them coming and showing to us at San Antonio, and this is the thanks they're going to get. So let's give them a round of applause for their efforts here.
Yeah, I think Steve brings up
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Typical show sheep. They're not as flashy as everything else, but it's good to see kind of how these things have came along through the years. There's some of them that they've gotten pretty good.
So, Kate, do they have fine wool divisions up there in Indiana? I know in Ohio they have some breeds in specific, but they don't do any of these fine wool stuff. So, how do they do it in Indiana?
So in Indiana, everything kind of goes by breed. We got fitted sheep. Our fine wools are more the fitted side of things on the breeding stock. We don't really run the market lambs very hard. It's more just dependent on what they are and if they even got a division at State Fair.
Looks like Steve sorted off a real nice set on the top end of this class. Look a little stouter, a little wider than maybe some of the ones that he sent in the first round, but be interesting to see how he works through these and describes them in the end when he gets his sales slots filled. So.
Yeah, Luke, a lot of these sheep are a lot different than what I was expecting myself coming down here. They look like they're a little bit flashier for show sheep. These fine wools have come a long way. Just in terms of genuine muscularity, they didn't used to have it. They didn't used to have the foot size or the cage that these things have.
I know, Cade, we talked a little bit about it over in the goat ring, but it's pretty impressive how efficient they can get these kids through the ring. I think all the way from the judges to the ring help, even the photographers. It's like a well-oiled machine around here. Just how these stock shows are ran.
Yeah, and even just how professional everybody is. Ringmen are all in suit and ties. Everybody's working together, getting everything moved very smoothly. I mean, there's a lot of head running through these rings, and everything's moving very, very smoothly and efficiently. Luke. I don't know about you, but kind of going through everything and with some of the people that are leading the top judge, kind of getting to see the sifting part and a couple different projects they're working on at the college. Uh, what kind of takeaways did you have out of that compared to everything up in Ohio?
Yeah, I think like the classification process, like there's a lot more that goes into it than people probably think, just kind of from the outside looking in. But um, I, I think like the way they classify them and the amount they can get through in each one of these breeds is pretty impressive. Um, I don't know the Midwest is quite as efficient in that manner, but we also don't have quite the numbers to that even allows us to do that. So I don't know. I think it's pretty cool how they do things down here. Obviously, a little bit different than the Midwest, but
I thought it was very good that they're implementing the iPad this year, just going through and actually giving people a reason why they get sifted out. I know a lot of times we run through sift at State Fair and you're kind of questioning why you got kicked out, and I think that's a good way to answer some of those questions and keep people happy.
yeah, that's totally right.
I know we talked a little bit about it over at the Goat Ring, but the associate judge thing is kind of cool. Just kind of seeing how they work together on everything. I know Steve talked about it a little bit at the start of the day, but if you're just signing on, um, Steve kind of handpicked Cash to kind of work with him. And they're trying to find somebody that's going to judge it in the next probably 4 or 5 years, and just kind of getting them through the ring, kind of helping them understand kind of how everything's going to go. But finding somebody that they work well with and kind of has the same eye as they do, picking the same kinds, just give a little bit somebody to lean on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how nice would it be if you're the head judge out there and you got somebody that you can just ask an opinion on a sheep or just make sure you're seeing it right and just simple things like that that maybe we don't think of on this side of the ring.
All of us involved in the top judge got a very good chance to talk with all the judges last night, Steve and Cash, and then Barrett and Cooper. Get a cool rundown on kind of how they do things in the ring, kind of how they handle themselves, kind of how they like to work the ring. And Steve and Cash brought up a very good point. The associate judge is very good at just being giving the kids a chance. There's so many sheep and running through these classes. It's hard to make every kid feel happy, like they got a fair shot. Having that extra judge in there kind of makes things run a little bit smoother and a little bit more efficient while still giving kids the opportunity.
Yeah, I thought a cool thing that Steve and Cash had talked a little bit about last night was just the sale spots and how important that 6 or 7 spot could be versus, who actually wins the class. It's nice to see how sympathetic they are towards these kids that don't make the sale, that put all the work in, just like the kids that are winning these classes, that come out here and don't get to make the sale and have to leave the ring.
Right behind you.
Well, I apologize at first for maybe not getting some of them pulled on the walk and trying to get, like I said, my bearings straight. But once we got them handled and got them out here and walked them again, I think this class came together real well for me. I think there's one thing that was real easy to do, and that's to use the one in the front. This one's bold constructed, comes at you wide. I love the shoulder and the way the shoulder ties into the cage. There's width there, but there's symmetry and there's transition that just meets your hand nicely into a great big old rack. Really good at the last rib. Tremendous look from the side as far as balance is concerned. We're not probably the biggest boned one in here, but we've got plenty of bone, plenty of foot size. And when we took that to put that balance together from the side, both on the move and on the stand, and that extra handling quality, that extra boldness and construction of that front end, I think this one wins nicely. I'm not taking any away from the next 2 or 3. I think they have some qualities maybe that obviously are better than the one in first, but I think the one in first just puts it together the best. This next one handles good on the top side of his skeleton, really widen his loin, maybe not quite the depth of twist, and we'd like to maybe take this one and give it a little more flex in its rear leg. It maybe gets just a tad posty, maybe on both ends or on both ends, just maybe a little straight. Big forearm, tremendous middle body shape. Where he beats the one in third to me is he's a little leveler out through his hip. He's a little neater in his rear flank, and his handling qualities come to me and push with more muscle down through that loin and hip. Really attractive sheep. I didn't get this sheep walking in because when he walks, he has just a little roll to his hip and a little bit of upness in his rear flank. He's not quite as deep in his rear flank, and so it was throwing me off on the move. When you handle this sheep, he touches really nice. Finish-wise, maybe could even use a little more finish, but he's fresh. He's really neat as far as his touch is concerned. He just doesn't come back with as much mass. I got over the hip and got over the rear flank when we put him to the side, because when she does that, it levels out some and makes it look better. Obviously, we could drop that flank a little bit. We could make that hip just a little bit leveler, and we move up a spot. We've got another one that, to me, has a good proportional balance, maybe a little forward in his neck, but from his shoulder back, we like the rear to front flank relationship. We like the levelness. He's not as cool about his front end, doesn't push with as much muscle as the ones in first and second, doesn't have quite the front end quality the one in third, and consequently goes fourth here today. Another one that I had to get over kind of the skin around the tail head that kept sticking out as me as he was being fat, and it's more that it's just loose around that tail head, is this next one that I appreciate the touch. This one really handles good as far as touch and tone, really good as far as leanness is concerned. We're level as we go back. We don't have as much middle and inner thigh as some of them above her today, especially the first 2. We could be a little bit better coming out of our neck and her shoulder in comparison to the one in first and second. We don't have quite the look of the ones in third and fourth, and so therefore she goes fifth today. And the young lady in 6, really a nice sheep as far as putting together muscle and skeleton as far as width is concerned. We just like to take that skeleton and structurally change it the way it ties together just a little bit. Not quite as fresh as a few of them up here at the top, but a nice one there in 6. Really good quality class, excellent set of kids. Let's give them a round of applause. They've done excellent today.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
I think that was a great breakdown over there by Steve, and I think he kind of shows that they're they're very different than a lot of crossbreds um, and Southdowns and some of the different breeds, and you almost have to talk about them just a little bit different because most of them will roll out of their hip and do and stuff and do things like that in motion, but maybe a little bit different when they're stuck and set up. So I think his ability to break that down and kind of communicate that to the crowd, I think it does a very good job.
Yeah, listening to Steve describe these, it's a little bit more real world than a lot of them. He's a little bit older than us, and he's from Texas and has been around the fine wools quite a bit. So just his understanding of things and listening to him is very good.
I appreciate how simple he keeps his description on the stock. I think it's easy to follow. It flows well, and it's just really easy to listen to.
I don't know about you, Luke, but coming down here all the way from Indiana, it's nice to see a lot of familiar faces and names out here in the ring that we see nationally or even done business with over the years, and just a lot of different worlds, but a lot of times they collide, and it's just good to see the difference.
Yeah, like you were saying, Cade, it's cool to go to some of these national shows around the country and see some of the faces that we're seeing down here today. I think it just speaks to the quality of showmen and livestock that are in the state of Texas that can compete all over the country.
Well, an excellent class of fine wolves. These youngsters on the outside, I talked to each one of them about them. There's times we're going to have time to do that because of weighing and classifying, and so I think it's important to tell these kids what I say. The only thing I worry about when we do that is what they tell you when they get back, because we've all played that game where you say something and then about 3 or 4 times it changes. But I think it's worth trying to do and trying to explain to these kids. It's an educational event, and so when we get a chance to, I want to do that. I don't need to talk about each one of them or some of them going out the gate today or in this class because I got the opportunity to talk to each one. But some really high quality lambs in here. We're just shooting with real bullets in this ring today. A really good top set, and I think these are nice. They just don't tie in quite as well as what we have on the top end. Congratulations to these kids. I appreciate them coming and showing. Again, the thanks they're going to get your applause out here. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts in coming out here.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
State of Texas.
Yeah, it's cool to see someone like him raising sheep like this and then judging some of the biggest, crossbred shows out there all over the Midwest and honestly all over the country. Just pretty cool. It's also pretty refreshing to see a crowd like this full. It's been full ever since the show started, and I don't foresee it emptying out anytime soon. I think it just shows how much support that the state of Texas has for events like this.
Yeah, you go around home and to the state fair, and there's always people sitting in the stands, but it kind of shuffles in and out between classes. There's just a lot of people sitting up here supporting these kids and just kind of seeing what they can do and actually the support system that this show has behind it. I don't know about you, Luke, but hearing some of these cheers for kids just making the top 5 or even just making the sale is pretty impressive. Talking to a lot of people, it's just as important for these kids to make the sale as it would be for them to even win a class. It's just that just that just speaks to the magnitude that these Texas majors are, and how hard it is to even just make the top 6 for the sale.
Yeah, absolutely. We in that little deal we had last night, the top judge kids had the opportunity to meet with the judges, Steve Cash, and then the Carlisle brothers, and that's one thing they stressed to us was how important you need to take or how serious you need to take the job, because that 6th or 7th spot or wherever that sale spot is just as important as the one going 1st or 2nd. So, and you can kind of see that throughout the crowd, like you mentioned, people cheering just to get in the sale.
You know, last night Steve kind of talked on how much actual toll it is on your body to do these shows and how much you actually walk. But how about all these ringmen just making laps and leading all these sheep around the ring?
Yeah, not only the judges, these, like you said, these ringmen are walking just as much, if not more. But um, I guess that's what you got to do to have a show run to this magnitude and run this smooth. Um, I think it's pretty cool. You can notice that there's also somebody that strictly just brings the microphone to Steve just to save him a few steps here and there when he can, and I'm sure that adds up over the day. What were they saying last night? They walk almost, what is it, 14 miles sometimes,
Yeah,
just in
about
this
13
little ring.
or 14.
It adds up quick, that's for sure.
Yeah, and one big thing they touched on is the camera ladies are always worried about being in the judge's way, but at the same time, the camera ladies' job is just as important as being the judge, capturing those moments for families getting to see their kid in the ring for years to come.
Well, I just told Cash the reasons for my placing, and just because I like to involve, I'm wanting to involve him and get him in there, and we see it the same way. There's a sheep in here, and I don't conform to the fact that one's got to go first or third or can't go there because of something, and he ends up fourth, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But really, really a nice set. This was a deep set. I sent some out the gate that I really their handling was good. They looked good, just a notch away from being good enough to be in here, and that's the first class. I've had one or two that maybe I could where there was a maybe not as much of a break, but this one was really deep, and appreciate the quality in this fine wool class. We're going to start off with one that is really bold ribbed, really big in the center part of its body. We love the levelness of and length of body this one has. I know we don't talk about hind saddle much anymore, but you measure this one hind saddle wise from that 13th rib back, there's a lot of product, people. And you go around to the front of this one and you go behind him in just width and mass and dimension, but just ties together so nicely from the side. We could get critical on him on both ends, especially his hind end being a little posty and maybe not striding out and having as much flex to his rear hock, but I think we're getting really picky on one that just is pulled apart, has muscle, still has some look from the side, and puts together those nice things. The one in second and third to me was my decision, and I went back and forth on them. When we walked them, the one in third, maybe just a little gimpy. I asked him if he'd been injured, and he said he'd be up all night. He's been up all night and probably not walking good. And I said, well, I ought to be limping around here in a minute then, because I tossed and turned all night excited about judging this. But when we look at this one in second, he's a little bit wider out his pin setting, a little bit better in his hip. He gives me a little fuller loin than the one in third. He's probably not quite as neat in his chest floor and the way he ties together there when we compare him to the one in third. But I think both of them are really nice as far as body wall thickness, freshness. When you look at them from the side, they're balanced. They look good from the side. I think they're very comparable. I just give the advantage to hip and loin edge and being able to walk just a little bit better off his hind two to the one in second. The one in fourth is one that I don't conform to the first and third deal, and he's one of them that I looked at earlier in the deal, and I didn't think he was good enough to beat the one first or third, but he may be a second or fourth, but I don't conform to that. I think that sometimes quality dictates more than that does, or that you have to put one there because of it. This one's really cool from the side, really up at that blade. We appreciate this one's length of body. We appreciate the way he looks from the side. We could deepen his flank a little bit. Big thing we need to do is stouten him up from the ground up. We need to widen him out. We need to stouten his foot. And I told Cash that I don't like the fact that he doesn't have wool on his leg and is a little finer featured, because is exhibitors in the crowd, they think, well, that one, if he had leg wool, he might have moved up. I don't think it has anything to do with leg wool. It has to do with bone size, and you can tell at his knee and his forearm and his foot, he's just not as big featured. We blow him apart, give him a little more width. He's probably up a class or two, but I think that one maybe competes better at that level as we get him, if we could get him bigger, and we're at the end point. Next one's just a really balanced, really nice sheep. Love him from the side. Doesn't have quite the stuff to him. When we look at him over his top, rack, loin, hip, he just needs to be blown apart in comparison, especially to those top three. Underneath side of his skeleton, same way. He's much like the one in front of him. We need to give him more feature and blow him apart. Young lady that ends up six does so over two or three that it's real close with. We're just a little plainer fronted, if you will. Not quite the dimension of muscle, not quite the expression of muscle when we go to handle. Really fresh handling, though. Really neat as far as the way he looks. We just need to be more expression and see more expression, see more lines and delineation in that muscle, make that quality of front end a little bit neater to look at. Excellent, excellent class. That one was a lot of fun. Let's give these kids a round of applause and congratulating them.
No, like Steve was talking, hind saddle's not something that's really talked about anymore, but it's a has real world relevance. Um, Coming down here, stuff like that has a little bit more of an impact. There's a little bit more of a market for the actual meat side of the sheep, rather than up north where we're at. Youngest Miller girl won the last class. I've gotten to know that family pretty well through the Hampshire side of things with that Sedalia sale up in Missouri. That's a very good family, very good people. Glad to see they getting a little bit of success.
Yeah, as these sheep come into this ring, they just keep coming, Kate. I mean, it's crazy how big these classes are. I mean, 50 to 60 sheep in a class is a little bit different than what we're used to up in the Midwest, where a big class is maybe 30, which would be half the size. And sometimes they even have like two waves of 50 sheep. So I think it's just impressive how many sheep that this show and different majors in this state put through the ring. Um, I just think it's pretty impressive.
And we were just informed at these majors, kids only get to bring one sheep, so it's just genuinely impressive at how many kids are involved with it, with classes of this size and this many sheep, and kids only allowed to bring one. That's a lot of kids to have and to get through a ring and to give that kind of an opportunity to. I don't know about you, Luke, but this is not what I expected when we signed up for the fine wools. But I'm pretty impressed. This is a very deep set of sheep from a general perspective. There's a lot of good ones that are even getting walked out of the ring.
Oh yeah, I mean, these things have like way more muscle than I would ever thought. You know, they could pack on these things. I think they're very good all the way through. Like even some of these out here that might not get selected for the first cut. I mean, those are still good sheep. Um, just maybe not as high end as the group that's already been selected.
Really high quality class here. I said to Cash, I said, "Do you see them like I do? We've got a of ones that are close, and he said, "Yeah, it's just a lot of what we're calling in betweeners, that they're not quite as good as what we have over here, and they have some quality about them. Most of them, when they get back to the hip and hind leg, we don't have as much muscle. We've got a really good handling one here that we'd like to change that rear leg posture and stouten up a little bit. We got one carrying a little more conditions, a little deeper in the chest right here. Same here. We've got a really good handling one. Where'd it go? Right there. Really good handling one as far as finish and firmness, but really a nice set. We've done a good job with hide management. We've done a good job with feeding. Some of them just don't have the expression of muscle, the width of skeleton, the width of muscle, or they're carrying a little more condition with that, and they don't fit what we have over here. But really a nice set. These kids have done an excellent job. Their reward today is going to be your applause, so let's give them a good round of applause as they leave the arena. They've done an excellent job.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Steve's and Cash are making their final calls on the top 5. This class is extremely deep. There's been a lot of high quality sheep go out of this ring already. This top 5 is really, really deep and really, really good. Um, Yet they're still fresh for being on the heavier end of the everything.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where the top couple in this class sort up with the division here after the next class. It'll be interesting to see and see what Steve has to say when he breaks them down.
This is a pretty good testament to how deep this class actually is and how good the quality is. Steve and Cash, you're taking a little bit of extra time on these top four. It gets pretty tough. They're all pretty similar in terms of kind and muscularity. It's just the little fine details that they're trying to sort out.
I think this is a perfect example of why it's nice to have um, an assistant judge at times, because Steve is just bouncing ideas off of Cash and just working through these top four. Like Cade said, they're pretty similar, and you just got to work through the small details to just get the right placing.
Well, what a class of fine wills. I don't know. I didn't even look to see what they're paying me, but I earned my wages right there in that class, as far as I'm concerned, because that's four excellent sheep. I wasn't at St. Angelo to see those, and I'm sure they were good. I'm sure Ripley got them where they needed to be. But what a nice set! It's really fun to do, and just so you know, again, transparency wise, I just talked through these four with Cash and said, here's how I see, here's what I see. And he pretty much validated what I saw, and then I sorted them based on that. But four real war horses here, and four that really have a lot of good qualities. And I can see you, depending on where you put your emphasis, moving them around just a little bit. But the way I see him, the one that reeks with quality, the one that comes out and just does everything right, this one in first. This one's balanced from the side, wide at the ground, continues that width up through its skeleton, big forearm, big arm up front. This one's got a really neat top shape. He wedges. He's not the biggest racked in the class, but he's longer bodied. He's more balanced, and he's more proportionally balanced, especially when we put him in motion. I can't get over the front end quality and the shoulder and the way the blade works right behind or in front of that cage. And then he just is up fronted and neat to look at from the side. Again, balanced. There's probably a couple of these that have a little more muscle, but I think when you look at levelness, you look at that quality from the side, the hip and hind leg posture, and the way this one hits this sawdust, and it just is, it's pretty much over for me when we put them on the move. Then when we look at them and we go second, third, and fourth, I think this one in second most closely imitates him. He does not come out of his neck and blade as good as the one in first, and that's where I have a problem with him. He is not as wide as the next two on the top side of his skeleton. He's fresh and real uniform to the finish. He really gets wide as he gets wider as he go back, and I like that wedge shape. He's longer bodied and more balanced than the two behind him. He's leveler hipped than the one in third. He's deeper flanked than the one in fourth. And I think he just puts together the next best qualities and follows our first place real well. This one here is just impeccable as far as handle. Freshness, firmness, leanness. To me, it's the right combination of touch and tone and freshness. One that you really appreciate the top side of this one, Skeleton. You get your hands on this one, it meets your hand with just a whole lot of muscle. When we get it on the move or we look at it, we shorten up a little bit in the body. But really where my biggest problem is in comparison to the two is when we put him in move, he's a little shorter in his hip. He's a little bit off when he comes and rolls just a tad out of his hip, and I'd like to level that out and make it a little bit better as far as that's concerned. He's not quite as neat in his forerib, not quite as shallow in his chest as the two that precede him, and those things are what makes him third. But a really good job, young lady, of presenting that sheep and getting him ready, because his touch and tone is really good. And this one behind him probably is the second closest as far as really how I like him as far as freshness and touch and tone. When we get this one from the side, he's a little up in his rear flank. He's a little posty in his rear leg. When we get him moving, those two things are accentuated and look worse than they do when he's standing there. Not that he's horrible there. I don't want to just bomb him and say he's not a good sheep, because that's a really high quality sheep. But when we look at the arm of this one, he's a little bit narrower, or a little bit smaller as far as his circumference, not as big foot. We get just a little higher in the flank. We get just a little straight in the rear leg. But another one that handling characteristics, carcass quality, this one's really, really neat. Young lady comes in fifth, a really nice looking one, just gets out horsed. Really appreciate the quality from the side on this one. Another one that handles good as far as touch and tone, just not the expression, not the total mass that the others have. And we round out with one that's much the same. We need more of it today, especially when we look at the top side of that skeleton on that one. Excellent, excellent class. That one was a lot of fun. I hope they're having as much fun everywhere else as I am, because that's a really good one. Congratulations to these kids. Let's give them a round of applause.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Bringing in class 11, going through making their initial pulls. Looks like another really, really deep class coming out.
Looks like Steve and Cash are just looking through everything once more, making sure they didn't miss anything on their initial sift.
Well, a really another tough class. When we look at them, I talked to a few of these kids. We've got one here that balances pretty nice from the shoulder back, but gets a little deeper in the chest. Not quite as neat as far as the way his neck comes out of his shoulder, carrying a little more condition. We've got one here that's real attractive, needs more expression and muscle. This one here we need to lengthen out, but really he's got a nice hip and hind leg. This one here is really nice as far as his barrel's concerned. Gets a little bit finer bone, not as neat about his front end. We've got one here. Young lady does a real good job. Just needs to be changed in that front end and that shoulder area. From there back, we like this sheep. We need to get him up and out in his front end. We've got a sheep here that's got some length of body. Another one that's balanced pretty good, just doesn't have as much muscle. And then for the most part, we're lacking the amount of muscle, especially when we look in the loin and the hip and the hind leg in comparison to what we picked. But really a good set of kids. They've done an excellent job. Again, their reward today is to leave here with the applause, and I appreciate them coming and showing them me at San Antonio. Let's show them how much we appreciate them.
Just finishing up classification here, and now um, they're going to sort to the top end of that class and decide which ones get to go into the sale, and then he'll break them down. Steve and Cash got it narrowed down to their top 6 that'll be in the sale, and we'll get to watch him sort through these and place them 1 through 6. I think the top end of this class is really good, and it'll be exciting to see how they shake up with the other fine wools in the division drive. I think it's going to be a real good drive here in just a little while.
Well, a really nice class of fine wools here. I think it logically kind of places itself once we get these 6 up here. I think that they all have, again, some good qualities, obviously, to get pulled and get here. They've got some qualities that make them good quality sheep, and then we're separating those finer things. The one that wins the class to me, just a little more up-fronted. We've got a little bit better shoulder to blade to cage attachment. Really appreciate the width and dimension this one has down its loin and out through its hip. One that handles nicely as far as finish, but you go around front or back or whatever degree you want to look at this one, whether it's a three-quarter view, a side view, or front view or back view. This one just has a lot of width, a lot of dimension to its body. That muscle's put on that frame right, and we talked about proportion and balance in those other classes, and I think that one does it to a higher degree than the other ones we have in here. This one in second, I really like the length of body. This one handles really good, maybe just a little bit firmer to the touch than the one we start with. Young lady does a really nice job with him. He wedges and gets wider as he goes back. He doesn't have quite the front end that the one in first has. I'd like to jerk his neck out of his shoulder a little bit, maybe raise him up there, make him a little bit taller at the shoulder and more up-fronted. But I think when you look at him in comparison to the one in third, especially on the move, we're leveler out our hip. We're more, we've got more symmetry and balance from the side. We transition from front to rear just a little bit nicer, again, especially on the move. This one's kind of tricky in third, big-footed, big forearm, tremendous amount of shape down that top, one that's got a lot of muscle. When you get him on the stand, you don't realize that he's a little off in his hip. He doesn't attach quite as well from his shoulder and blade up into the top part of his cage, because she does a good job of showing him, and he kind of shows that out of it. But really a stout one that we appreciate the muscle. We take this one and level that hip out, maybe make it a little bit better as far as the way its blade attaches to its cage. I think it moves up a spot or so. Really an attractive one here, one that you really like the side profile. I love the hip in that one. Boy, if you could make every one hips like that, I don't care what breed you're in, really level, really neat, really wide pin setting. When you get at that three-quarter rear view angle and get over here and look at him, and you think, man, this one's got to go up to the top. The problem is when I get here and get to really looking and analyzing, this one's a little deeper in its chest fore, a little flatter in its rib. Doesn't come to me with the boldness that the three in front of it have, and that's his demise today. We'd like to make him a little bolder, a little more attractive in that front end as far as making it more muscular, but attractive as far as smoothness. This one's got it, especially, like I say, I'd like to make a hip in every sheep I had like that. I'd put it in every goat I had if I could do it, but really a nice sheep as far as that hip. We get to the next one, just a nice balanced sheep that fits right in here. This one's just, to me, a little deeper flank, a little bit neater about the way it moves around the ring, and the one in front of it, not quite as extended in the front, not quite as lean as the one that it precedes it, but one that's just balanced nice and fits right there in that spot. We've got some shape to the top. We've got some barrels. We've got some middle proportion to body. Just one that doesn't maybe have that extra wow factor in that front end, maybe not quite the hip and the hind leg that the one in front of it does. This one here in 6, one that handles on the top side. If you don't have to come and get off of this one and get at this view, this one moves up, because this one handles really nice down its top. I told this young lady its top side of its skeleton doesn't match the rest of it, but where I really have a problem with this is when we put it on the move. He gets high in his flank, he gets off in his hip, he doesn't move quite as well, he doesn't balance and proportion out quite as well as the ones in front of him. Really nice handling. Young lady's done a nice job, but we need to change those things to make that one move up. Really a nice set, a really tough class. Again, these kids, awesome job. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts.
Really good breakdown there by Steve, and now we have the last class of the finals coming in, and then we will have the division drive there after that.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIP.
Another really big class of exhibitors that are bringing in some really high quality lambs. I think the top 7 or 8 that he's got pulled up here so far, I think look really good. Excited to see what the rest of this class brings. Once again, Steve and Cash just sorting through them one more time, make sure they didn't miss anything for that first initial sort.
Well, a really nice set here in this heavyweight fine wool class. We've got some sheep that to me are getting maybe just a little overboard, maybe getting a little more conditioned, getting a little bit more mature, and maybe don't handle quite as well. But there is some really good sheep outside the ring, and when we look at them in comparison to the others, to me, there's just a point where we got to that they're just not quite good enough to get into that last sail hole, or wouldn't be good enough to get into that last sail hole. This one handles real nice, gets a little flatter, gets a little bit narrow. I really like the freshness of this next one. Young lady does a nice job. We need to lengthen him out, maybe make him a little bit neater out his spine, give him a little more rack shape. We got one limping here that got hurt. Told the young man that he's close. If he's not limping, I still don't know that he's got enough shape and boldness up the top of his rack and behind his blade. He gets just a little straight in that front end. We've got a sheep here that's got a good profile, needs more hip shape and more leg shape, needs to maybe be just a little bit leaner. A really nice looking one here that's off in his hip just a little bit, maybe not quite as bold in his rib. One here that has some boldness, doesn't have quite the hip and hind leg posture and shape, maybe not quite as lean as some of them. We've got one here that needs to be a little bit neater about his front end. We've got one here that I like a lot of things about, but when we really get to analyzing him, not quite as neat about his front, not quite as bold as far as his rib. Really need to change him and make him a little wider out through his hip and lower leg comparative to what we pulled. But really, really good set. Again, these kids have done an excellent job. It's been fun working with them. Let's give them a round of applause as they leave the ring.
Bringing back all those lambs in from this sort. They'll make their official lineup and see what makes the sale. Stephen Cash got their sale lineup picked out. Pretty deep class in the heavyweight division. There's a lot of good sheep still out here that are going to be leaving, and they're going to go ahead and get your top 6 lined up.
Well, an excellent class. As I collect my thoughts here, I was talking with Cash and just basically telling him what my mind and the process I was going through to place them. And I laughed because I remember one time I was watching a show and a guy said, "I want to know what that judge is thinking," and I said, "I don't. I do not." And so Cash is probably going to be going back to the room tonight and saying, "Man, I don't know what that guy, his thought process is all over the place," but it works for me, and I get the ones that I like to the top, and it's a sounding board for me. And as I said, it's not I'm making the decision in the end. He's validating that decision, and I'm trying to tell him the process I go through, so hopefully he can either change the way he thinks or keep doing it the way he's doing, or add something to what he wants to do and how he wants to do things. And again, he's plenty capable of doing it, and we see things very, very similar, and that makes it fun. And I'm glad it's turning out that way because I've seen it not. So when we get into this heavyweight class, these two come to the top easy for me, guys. It's not that we don't have good sheep in third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. I think we have some pieces in those that obviously are better than what we have in first and second. But when you talk about sheep that balance good, have a good touch to them, move well, they blend well together from the side, I think these two do it to the highest degree. I think the one in first is a little better out through his hip and a little square and down in his hind leg. I think he's a little wider going away from me and coming to me. I think the one in second has a little better touch and a little more expression of rack. I think they're close as far as the way their neck and head come out of their shoulder, so that's not a big advantage to me one way or another. When I look at the balance factor and I look at the length to height proportion and I look at all that, this one to me is a little deeper in its flank. It's a little bit smoother down its top line, a little bit longer in its hind saddle and hip. And as I said, I like that hip hind leg posture and the way this one carries it. He didn't want to move coming this way, but when he comes back the way he wants to go, really gets out there and steps nice and does nice. This one in second, handling characteristics wise, is just a little bit better than the one in first. Not the one in first is not acceptable by any means. One that's really good in that rack, really meets your hand with a lot of meat, gets wider and progressively wider as he goes back. He's not quite as wide in his pin setting. I'd like to see him a little bit neater in the way he sets his hind two down. I'm not saying he's bad there. I'm saying he's not quite as good as the one in first comparative wise, but one we really, really appreciate those handling characteristics, that length. Another one that's tall at the shoulder and really neat to look at from the side. We like the front and rear flank relationship in that one. The one in third, we don't like the front and rear flank relationship quite as much. We'd like to drop that flank in that one, and I hate to start off with what I don't like about one, but we go transition into this one, and we'd like to drop this one's flank. Another one, I'm telling you, these finals here, all these in the top end, really fresh, really good handle, good touch and tone. There's not a lot of difference in the amount of finish that they have. There's not a lot of difference in those handling qualities, so that makes it come down to some of those other things, although we'll talk about some minute differences in them. But this one's really bold in his rib and rack also. Not quite the integrity of loin that some of them have, but really square. Just needs to be maybe a little wider and deeper in comparison to some of them. When he moves around, that flank and rear hip kind of takes away from his balance and profile to me, and I'd like to change that about him. But one that we really appreciate the handling qualities. We really appreciate him also being up-fronted, and it is that quality in the front assembly that puts him in third over the one in fourth. This one in fourth is wide and big in the center part of his body, huge loin, the biggest loined one in the class. You get back here and you look at this three-quarter view, and just a tremendous amount of muscle in that hip and hind leg, and carries it down low. We just got to get that front end tucked up just a little bit neater in the way that he comes out of his shoulder into that neck, or neck down into the shoulder. But boy, bold and extra body and extra amount of carcass quality, still staying lean even though he's a little deeper, and he looks like with a chest floor and being a little deeper, you'd think he'd have a little more finish than that, but still stays lean, especially for this size and in this class. Next one's the feature sheep, man. The feet and legs and the coolness of this one. This one's got that extra look. If anybody if they want to put that first on their list, this one goes up to the top because you really appreciate the way this one's been clipped and boned out, and the extra bone he has, the extra foot size he has, the way they blended the legs. Really cool there. He is really up and out. He probably is more like our first and second when you look at that tallness of shoulder, the coolness of front. We like that extension. When I get back to the loin and hip in this one, he somewhat disappoints me, or does disappoint me in comparison to our four in front of him. He's not as good in his loin edge, not as deep in that edge, doesn't have quite the width out through his hip and pin, and it shows when you get to this three-quarter view. There's not quite as much leg muscle, not quite as much dimension in that hip and in that loin, and that's what gets him today. This one, you get that loin and hip just a little bit bigger, and with that extra feature and look in front end, he goes right up with them first two and can possibly get around them if he's got enough hip and hind leg. This next one, when we were talking about what one needed to be in here in 6, to me, this was the most fault-free of what we had. When he moves around the ring, he's nice. Young man does a nice job of putting him on the stand and getting him set up. He handles nice, not quite as good as our top 5 when you talk about, total touch and tone. But finish-wise, he's good. He's good as far as balance. Just don't have as much to him today as what's in front of him, and he's going to go in there 6 and make a sale hole and smile at the auction, I'm pretty sure. But really a good class, really good set of kids. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts here.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
The first and second places from every class weighed in again, and then we'll get them out here for the drive, and Steve and Cash will select their grand and reserve.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Steve and Cash sorting through the first and seconds of every class for the division. I think he put together a real nice set of sheep out here. I don't think you can go wrong with really any of them in that front line or second line. It'll be interesting to see what he does. And then after that, I believe there's a lunch break before the fine wool crosses this afternoon.
Well, what an excellent set of fine wools. Just can't thank these kids enough for bringing this kind of quality. I really appreciate the structural and skeletal correctness, the balance, the touch that these things have. These kids have done an awesome job getting them ready. They've done an awesome job showing them. Congratulations to them. But there's a lot of kids that we took some time in them last sale holes. I guess that's been a pet peeve of mine from being a county agent for years. I've watched people come in and not pay attention to where that sale hole was, and that can be just as important as the champion of this breed to a certain kid and a certain family. And so I think it's worthy of taking that time. And I used to apologize for taking too much time, but I don't think I need to apologize for taking too much time to make sure that I get the right one in a sale hole. So I quit apologizing for it, but I do want you to know that I realize that it does take a little more time to do that. I hope that you all understand and see what I'm doing and see the importance of it, because I think it's very important. Let's give all these kids and all the kids that showed a fine wool today a round of applause for bringing a heck of a set of sheep. As we look at them and we look at structure and we look at skeleton and we look at how that muscle's laid on it and then movement and putting all those things together, there's 3 or 4 out here to me that just are next level, I think, for the breed. I think when I've judged these things at Fort Worth, Dallas, Austin, in this all over this great state, and I can tell you that the quality here is as deep as I've gotten to experience, and I appreciate that and appreciate him bringing to me, and I appreciate him having faith in me to be able to get these good ones up to the top, and I feel like we did a really good job of doing that. When we look at those things, I think, as I said, it comes down to 3. There's one out here to me. When this thing moves around the ring, to me, it's just quality. It just rings with quality, drips with quality, what term you want to put with it. It just does that, and then you go to handle it, and it's there's nothing wrong with the handle. Maybe not quite as much muscle as a few of them, maybe not quite as much extra fluff as some of them, but one that just puts things together in just a really nice package. And then I think when you go with the 2 I like next, I think we're obviously just going reserve, but I think when you look at the 2 I like next, there's one that really closely follows that same pattern, that same look, that same touch and feel, that same movement. And I'm going to just this time go shake the hand of your champion in reserve. We're not going to bring the second up. I've looked at them. I know which 2 I like, and I do think it's a close third, but we don't recognize that here, so we're not going to go into that. But excellent set. Once again, I have thoroughly enjoyed this fine wool breed. Cash made a comment to somebody that he's never seen this quality in much sheep in this white face class or fine wool class, and impressed with it as well. And so it's neat for him to come down here and see what these fine wool sheep are about. Really excellent set. Once again, I'm going to go name your champion in reserve. Thanks for bringing them to me.
Thank you guys for tuning in for the Fine Wool Cross show. Congrats to all those exhibitors. We're going to go ahead and sign off and hand the mics over to a couple of the other top judge contestants. Thank you.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today. Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, hello, everybody. We're back from our break, and we are on Class 15 Fine Wool Crosses, the first class of Fine Wool Crosses. And if you were just on the goat side, you would have just heard my voice because I was over there commentating D3 market goats. And if you didn't watch that, you missed a pretty good division right there. Mock had your champion, and Halfman had your reserve. And I have one of my really great friends, former junior college teammates, Mr. Jack Habian, here with me.
Perfect. Well, it's an honor to be here with you, and I'm really happy to kind of spend some time and work through the show a little bit and do just a little bit of commentating. Not saying we're going to talk every single animal. We'll leave that to kind of Steve and Cash out there, but maybe just give a little bit of insight. I know we're on Class 15 in the first class of the final crosses here. And the sheep show's been really, really good so far. We just wrapped up coming back from the lunch break, and I know the final division we were watching there was really, really impressive.
Yeah, and I'm sure some of our fellow commentators earlier this morning mentioned it, but Jack and I are here at San Antonio with the Top Judge program. And for those of you who don't know what that program is, it actually just started last year. So we're here on our second year, and it's been a group of livestock judges that just competed at Louisville. So we're all about the same age here. And they really wanted to bring us down, get us surrounded by a lot of great livestock judges that have judged around the country, and really give us mentors to kind of explain that while we have pretty much figured out how to judge livestock in a pen, there's a lot more to just judging an actual show.
For sure. There's a lot of just valuable insight we've gained this week. Even just last night, talking to some of the judges, we had the opportunity to talk to Steve and Cash and both the Carlisle brothers last night, and I think that was really cool, just from an insight perspective of maybe asking some hard questions that maybe you didn't think of, or some of our other associates brought up some really, really good points of things to think about when you get to the next level of judging shows, not only past the livestock judging ring where it's 4 animals, but above your county and even state fair level on some of these larger shows.
Well, as these came in, we didn't pull but a few on the walk and went back and got them. Sometimes when you look at the quality of a class, you're trying to just get that top end over there, and you don't want to get something over there that's not worthy of getting looked at again. And so probably we're a little on the cautious side when this first class of crosses came in and didn't get as many on the walk, but it was easy to go back and get those that were close and that we thought were good enough and bring them to the middle and to the scales. So when we look at these that are out here, there's several that are right in between or real close. We've got a good pattern here, doesn't have enough muscle. One that touches real good, maybe he's a little bit more shoulder down in its front. This one really has a good balance to him. Got a lot of muscle. We get a little forward in her shoulder. Unfortunately, a little soft in our touch, not just a little finish, but a little softer in our touch. We've got a young man here that's got one that looks nice from the side, but as Cash said, that maybe not husky enough in his top and maybe not quite as much leg muscle. We've got some that are a nice looking one here. We get just a little forward in the shoulder, down in the front. When we look at it from behind the shoulder, one that is competitive, but when we look at the whole pieces and put them together, not quite good enough to get pulled. Really attractive one here, just needs to be wider made, pulled apart, have more to it. Really good touching one here, just needs to have more body and more depth to its flank and more width to its body, but really, really a good set. Again, these kids have done a really good job. We've got a set we're going to look at when they get through at the scales and the classifying. These kids have done excellent. Let's give them a round of applause for the job they've done after lunch. Appreciate them coming and showing at San Antonio.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
We've got 10 pulled back from the sift, and only 6 will end up making the sell and getting a brand. And something I kind of talking back to what Jack talked about last night, something I found really refreshing, and really something that they drilled into us last night was for Mr. Sturts and Cash Allen here, getting 8th, 9th, and 10th place right is just as important for them as getting 1, 2, and 3, because there's a big difference between that 6th versus 7th sell spot. That's a lot of money, honestly, for these young people that they want to make sure they get right, and that the deserving end exhibitor is the one who ends up getting that check.
100%. I think it's been reflective of that as Steve and Cash have worked through the show so far today. Maybe in sometimes taking a little bit longer, really determining on that 5, 6, and 7 hole, and ultimately going over and consulting the kid in the cry hole, as they tend to call it down here, and maybe just consulting of where their sheep maybe fell just a little bit short, but making sure and doing a really good job and ensuring those sheep and those kids make sure like they felt really, really good and they got every possible look that they needed or that sheep deserved, regardless of where they ended up getting placed.
Yeah, and that was something they emphasized about having an associate judge this year, is that with that additional person, they want to make sure every exhibitor knows that not only one pair of eyes look through their stock, but also 2 sets of eyes, and that there was nothing that they missed, and that every exhibitor with their year-long project got the fair shake that they deserved.
Well, we didn't pull as many on the walk, and sometimes I guess that happened in the finals after the Southdowns, and maybe the food was so good that I had somewhat of a food coma or something and didn't see him. What do you think, Rip? Ripley's in a food coma. He's not listening to me. Um, but when we talk about them coming in, and it got to the point where I hadn't pulled any, I pulled a couple, and right away I gravitated to this one because I remembered him being in the first part, and pulled him right away over on the line before I handled him. And man, that guy's good. I like his extra width. I like the monster top he's got. He's really good as far as that loin edge is concerned. He deviates just a little bit off his tail head. Would like to see him maybe just a tad leveler. But when we put this guy in motion and we look at his forearm to rear stifle, front to rear flank, when we look at the balance he has, we get on any angle, this guy's got some width, but he's got some real quality as far as his skeleton and the way it ties together, especially up into that front end, back to that hip. As I said, we could lift that tail head up just a little bit, ever so slightly, to make him perfect, or make him closer to perfect, but a really nice one to win this class. I think it was a good decision, or a decision between second and third. This one here to me is a little bit higher quality as far as his chest floor, shoulder, front end quality. Probably mirrors our first, just a little bit better in those areas. I'd like him to be just a little bolder right there at the top behind his blade going into his rack and rib, but really good at that last rib. This one's really neat out through that hip. Another one that maintains width from the bottom of his skeleton all the way to the top, and imitates that when he hits the ground as far as width and dimension, where he sets his feet and legs. When we look at this one in third, this one's really bold at the last rib, really good at the center body, another one that's level. He shortens up a little bit in his pattern as far as his length of body, gets just a little deeper in his breast, not quite as cool about the way he comes up the floor of his chest to his shoulder into that neck. One that we really like, again, back through that hip and hind leg, one that goes around the ring and really moves well, and puts together his feet and legs in the right place, much like the two in front of him. An attractive one next, one that gets up here on that attractiveness. Really cool as far as neck set, way he comes out of his shoulder. Really appreciate his transitions. He handles real good. We just need to pull him apart, both on the top and bottom side of his skeleton, and compared to the three in front of him. Appreciate the way he moves. He doesn't have quite the width and base width, but we appreciate the handle and the way he moves. One that I pulled on the motion and probably like better on the move than I like him just standing there. When we put this one on the stroll, I think he comes together pretty nicely. He gets just a little rough in his top line, maybe doesn't have quite as much muscle in the middle and lower part of his leg. When he's standing there, when he moves, he's more expressive. He's a little bit better as far as his balance aspect, and therefore, consequently, he goes in this fifth hole. We need to give him a little bit better loin edge. We need to give him a little more width. One we end up with, one that really, really handles good as far as freshness and tone and touch. One that's attractive from the side when we look at that fore rib, when we look at that chest floor tucked up in him. Balances nicely, maybe just a little bit rounder muscle, maybe a little bit rounder shouldered, but one we appreciate that middle part. One that we just need to give a little more bone, a little more foot size, a little more circumference down there, make him a little stouter, along with making him just a little smoother on both ends. I think he can move up a spot or two, but a really nice class. These kids did an excellent job once again. Let's give them a round of applause for the job that they've done.
Well, I thought a really nice class winner we had there, and it's definitely warming up here in San Antonio. So if anybody's thinking about making the trip down here, make sure to pack like it is 80 degrees, because that's about how it feels.
Feels just like summertime, only we're definitely not in summertime of the year calendar-wise.
Someone just fact checked me. And it is, in fact, actually over 80 degrees here in San Antonio. It is 82 to be exact. So definitely a warm one, but I think we're in February and it feels like about June. So very fun times.
For sure. Thankfully, we got this big fan overhead of us circulating what little air can be found through here to get a little bit of a breeze, but definitely very warm.
And we just realized that we never introduced ourselves of who we are, so I thought this would be a great time. My name is Cheyenne Emerson. I'm originally from Tuttle, Oklahoma. Went to junior college with Jack right here at Redlands Community College, and then am still at OSU and was on their national champion livestock judging team this past year.
Well, I'm Jack Habian. I'm from Linwood, Kansas originally. I also went to Redlands, as Cheyenne kind of alluded there. Then I went just a little further on south down to Raiderland there at Texas Tech, and we were on the reserve national champion team, unfortunately, but showing against third. But Cheyenne's one of the great people that I've learned to know and throughout my time, not only in Redlands, but she's just a really great person, really caring and super empathetic with people, and I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to commentate just a little bit here.
Well, those are some really nice words from Jack over here. That most of those boys, I don't get to hear that very often, so that's really sweet. But no, it was a great time there at Redlands Community College, and I loved all my teammates. They were really great. We, some of my closest friends still to this day, even though a lot of them decided to go a little farther south with Jack.
Well, a really nice set of crosses out here. Deep class. There's 3, 4, 5 out here that to me are close, but we've got to cut off somewhere. Or we'll be getting all of them over there and have to sort through them again. Young man up in front, I like the touch and handle. Maybe not quite the robustness and width underneath. Not quite the dimension to its rib. We've got a cool looking one there in third that handles real good as far as tone and touch. Needs to be a little bolder in its rib, needs to be a little deeper in its flank and a little better off its rear leg. Another attractive one, we need more muscle. One that has a little more muscle, gets a little finer bone, doesn't have quite the front end quality that some of them have. I told this young lady here that she does an excellent job with that big sheep. I don't know what she weighs and what he weighs, but I guarantee it's 3 times her weight, and appreciate her coming out and showing. We'd like that sheep to just have a little bit more lower leg muscle, maybe pulled apart in his front end. We've got one that's pulled apart, has a lot of depth, width, a lot of dimension to it. We get off on our rear legs, we get a little shorter, a little dumpier. We've got one here that's just a little downhill, one that's attractive, not quite as good in its loin edge, not quite as good out through its hip. One that just needs more time's real immature in comparison to some of them. We've got a couple here that look good from the side, need more muscle. One that gets a little bit more shoulder and a little more depth we need to clean up, as is the next one. We've got one here needs more muscle out through its hip. And we round out with a couple that are close to me. We just don't have as much base width here. We don't have as much width and flare out through that pin setting and down in the leg. And then we've got one that has a little more of that gets just a little forward in its shoulder, a little bit straight in its front, not quite as neat in that fore rib is what we've got pulled over there. But excellent class. Again, these kids done an excellent job. They've come to San Antonio to show their sheep. They're going to get some applause as they go out the gate. Let's make sure they're recognized well.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
We've got 9 pulled back here that made the SIF for Class 16 of the Fine Wool Crosses. Thought that last class was really deep throughout. That class winner was really nice. And then I know Mr. Steve Sturts has taken a little bit longer to go ahead and sort through these, making sure he gets them all right. I know you guys can't see it right now, but we've got Mr. Sturts and Cash Allen talking back and forth with their associate on kind of what they're seeing and what they're going to do. And this is kind of what they talked about and mentioned to us last night, that when the class got tough and there maybe was differences throughout the class, they were going to communicate to one another and make sure that they both were on the same page and knew what they were going to do.
I agree, and I think there was one part that definitely stuck out to me when we were talking about that last night is Steve wanted to be very clear in the fact, and he reiterated it earlier this morning if you guys were listening with us as well, that it was not a co-judge, it was an assistant, where it's not just his opinion is the only one that matters. He wants Cash's opinion, and Cash is there to help him too and make sure that they both agree on things where ultimately the show gets lined up the way they both really think it needs to get going.
And it looks like we've got a placing right there.
Well, a really nice class. I think we've got two up here at the top that I go back and forth, and I was telling Cash at the end there what the things the one favors the other one about, and it's just kind of putting those priorities in an order and going with it. The one we're going to start with, to me, when you get from that last rib back, what a handle, really big loin, really deep in that loin, really wide out through that hip. I would like to make this one a little deeper in its flank, and when we put it in motion, maybe make that relationship better. But I think when you look at the front end and the coolness and the way this one ties together up front in comparison to the three behind it, I think he's a little neater in his shoulder, a little neater in his breast and trimmer in his breast. I think he's a little bit nicer as far as his touch and tone in putting those things together over his ribs. I think that it's close between him and the next one when we look at that shape down their loin, that shape down their hip, and that shape down into their leg. We really like the extra foot size. We like the extra dimension. We like that one coming at us wide. He is a little more definitive in his forearm. He's a little bit neater in his shoulder and neck, and he's a little bit neater as far as keeping his legs apart when we watch him move and when he put him on the stand. This one in second, I just love that freshness that this one has from the last rib back. He's a little longer bodied, consequently he's a little longer hind saddled. I really like the length of hip. He doesn't tie quite as well in the middle part of his blade into his rib, not quite as neat and up fronted as the one in first. He's a little bit neater as far as that balance aspect for, and that's where I went back and forth with these two. I really like the depth of flank. I really like that side look that he gives me. I'd like to change, if we could change the way that blade sets in, especially in the middle, but even in the upper part of that shoulder in comparison to the one in first, I think it'd even be closer, but two really good sheep. Young man's sheep is really nice from the side, really balanced. He gets out horsed as far as muscles concerned. He's not as wide down his top. He's not as wide and true and square to his edges. He's not quite as neat out through his hip. He's probably a little deeper, or is deeper flanked than the one in first. He's probably a little neater in his front end and shoulder than the one in second, but I don't think he's got enough power to overtake him today and to move up. He logically goes in third for me, and that's what I told Cash. To me, it's a two we've got to look at, a logical third, a logical fourth, and fifth, sixth. So we get into our fourth, one that we appreciate, especially from that shoulder back. I really like the body of this one from there back. When we look at that depth of flank, when we look at having some muscle in them, this one does. This one's wide top side, wide bottom side. When we go to handle him, he's a little softer. He's carrying a little more condition. He's not as descript in his muscle, not quite as wide in his loin as the ones we have in front of him consequently, he goes fourth today. We've got one that handles really good next. This one's really big top, got a big old ditch down its back, tremendous amount of muscle out through that leg. A little rounder maybe on both ends than I like. We get a little finer featured when we look at him, get just a little bit narrower made when we look at total width of base. But on the top side of that one skeleton, that one's going to cut really nicely. And we round out with one that's similar as far as being a little finer featured, maybe not quite as wide made and as much to him. One that we appreciate the rack shape. We appreciate the way this one has some length, the body length, the hind saddle. We got to change that loin a little bit and give him a little more muscle in the hind end to be able to compete with the top 5. But excellent, excellent class. Again, these kids did awesome. Let's give them a round of applause here.
In the ring right now is Class 17. This would be the third class of the finals. Only 27 head, 25 head kind of average in our final crosses here. Definitely some less than the other two divisions, but the quality's still really, really strong that San Antonio you're kind of accustomed to having.
Completely agree, and I think this class might just be one of the deepest we've seen so far in this breed, because we've got 3 or 4 pulled back already. I think that's the most since I've been here, and 3 or 4 that look really, really nice. So excited to kind of sort through them and watch these two work together. I think the last time Jack and I were in San Antonio would have been 2.5 years ago now. 2 years ago, or last year? No, 2 years ago in junior college, back in the day, and I believe that was the year that it was really cold. Do you remember that?
These days kind of start to run together a little bit, to be completely honest with you. I probably remember more of the individual classes from the contest rather than the weather itself, but I'll take your word for it. It definitely can get cold down here in these winter months.
I remember San Antonio Junior College year was one of my favorites for sure. Always remember the steer classes. Those always threw me for a loop.
Yeah, me too. Definitely probably favored the sheep and goat classes a little bit better, kind of a little more comfortable with that being my background.
Yeah, and I always remember San Antonio was one of the highest quality contests we got to go to all spring. And now getting to sit front row on now the sheep and goat side, I know exactly why the contest is so high quality, because these have been
Well, a really nice set here again. We've got some on the outside that we'd changed some things about. It's kind of the same old cut and paste type thing where if they have enough muscle, we lack some structure sometimes, and maybe the way that they're built and put together. If we don't have, if we've got good structure, a lot of times they don't have as much muscle or need a little more muscle and a little more width. Got an attractive one here in front of me. Just needs to have a little more muscle, especially in the lower leg. This one here, I told the young man, he's just a little rougher in his loin, a little rougher out his hip. Another one that's attractive, maybe just a little softer to the touch, doesn't have quite as much dimension to the body. Another one that's attractive from the shoulder back. We'd like to change that one up there, maybe tuck that chest plate up. Got one with muscle here that gets a little high in the flank, a little forward in the shoulder, but we appreciate the touch this one has. If we could shorten that one's spine and maybe make that balance factor different, we could have that one go over. Another one that balances nice but handles a little soft, needs a little more hip and hind leg. One that just doesn't balance quite as well here. And then we've got some that have a really good touch, a really good feel, need a little more horsepower, a little more dimension to their body and to their leg especially. But really a nice set. Again, these kids have come to town to show, and we appreciate them showing to us. I can't thank you all enough for coming and showing to me and showing at San Antonio. I hope you've had a good experience, or as good a one as you can have going out the gate. But I can promise you that you're doing some things that are good, and keep working at it, keep setting those goals and trying to get better. Congratulations to them as they leave. Let's give them a round of applause.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
They pulled back our top 7 here for class number 17. And Jack and I were just talking about it, and this is a really deep set of them, I think.
For sure, all the way down the line. And there are even some ones that didn't make the cut, like Steve was talking about, that were definitely deserving of a second and third look, and really happy they took the time, him and Cash both, to kind of look them and make sure those kids understood maybe where their animal was maybe just one click off from making it back out here to these ones that are going to be ultimately in contention for the sale lineup.
Yeah, as an exhibitor, I think this is one of those classes that you pray that you may not fall into, because there was some really good ones that got left standing, and there's going to be some really good ones that probably thought they had a class winner out here and are going to get 6th or 7th, and very respectfully, because very high caliber livestock we have here. And talking to these two judges last night, I feel like these is the type of classes that they said they've been preparing for quite a while now.
For sure, Cheyenne. Just the overwhelming quality you kind of hear it, and then you get down here, and my first time really experiencing the sheep show, watching it from ringside, and we get a pretty good view up here kind of in the crow's nest, and it's a really, really neat experience to just see the overwhelming quality. And like Cheyenne said, just the depth from class to class, regardless of division, breed, or kind of sheep, they're all just really, really good.
Yeah, and just seeing how Mr. Sturts interacts with the exhibitors just like he's doing right now is, I think, truly what makes him so remarkable as a show judge, and so authentic in the way that everybody really appreciates the way he does it, because he gives every kid the time that they deserve, and is explaining exactly what he sees.
Well, what a set. These top three, taking nothing away from fourth, fifth, and sixth, really, really a high-quality set of crossbred sheep, and just meet your hand and eye really well, and do it at a little different degrees. And so there's some minimal things that I talked to Cash about and said how I see him, and he backed me up. He's kind of been my cheerleader today more than he's been an adversary. He's very good about backing up what I say and seeing what I see, and I guess that's a good thing, because I do feel like we see him the same way, and it's nice to tell him this is how I'm going to place him and this is why, and him to see the good points and the bad points and talk about those. But these first two, I think, separate themselves a little bit on handle and a little bit more depth of loin. They're a little bit more naturally wide than the one in third, and they're a little bit harder into the touch and tone than the one in third, and I think that sets them apart from the one in third. And I said there's three really good ones up there, and I still mean that. This one in third is really, really good. I think those things set these two apart. And then when you start looking at these, it's little things. I really like that extra shape this one in front has right there behind his blade. His shoulder doesn't lay in smooth, but this one's got a whole lot of muscle in him, and you got to have just a little bit of shoulder to be have that kind of muscle. And I don't think it's protruding forward. I don't think it's long. I think it just is comes up from his forearm and just makes him look like he's extra good up front as far as quality of muscle and quality of skeleton. And his shape down his rack is really, really good. He's not probably as smooth when we get to that loin, back through that loin into that hip as the one in second, but he gives me more width through his pins. He gives me more depth through his twist. He gives me more inner and outer thigh muscle when I compare him to the one in second. And so the big things is that extra muscle he's got up right behind his blade, the extra muscle he has in that hip. If we could smooth him out a little bit, it wouldn't even be close, because the one in second is just really smooth and almost seamless when you go back its top. You really, when you get to handle one like this, it is really neat the way your hand goes down and everything's smooth and ties together well, really level. This one's generally got some width at the bottom side of its skeleton. Maybe not quite the width and depth, as I said, in the inner thigh, not maybe quite the muscle up high right behind the blade, but one that's really smooth and seamless in its transitions, really cool to look at from the side. A big bone, naturally wide, big-footed one that follows our first place and really gives a lot of competition in them top two. The one in third, when we first pulled over, I thought, I pulled him on the walk, liked him real well. Thought that one would be one of the top two, and as we get him in here, I still think there's a lot of quality in that sheep. I just don't think there's quite as much natural base width. When we get around front, he's not as wide. We get around back, he's not as wide. He's just a little softer to his touch. But when you look at that one from the side, he's really level down his top and out through his hip. We've got a really nice forearm in him, a really nice handle over his ribs. He's just a little softer to the touch on top and a little narrower made underneath. We get the next one, really hard muscled, really good as far as touch and tone. This one gets a little finer featured. We don't have quite the front end quality. We'd like to see that neck and shoulder and forerib tie together a little better, and those things are big to me when we get him to the side. But one that we appreciate, that loin edge, we appreciate that levelness, not quite as much hip and leg shape as the ones in front of it. Really a nice fronted one here next as far as getting his shoulder up and having some height to his front end. He doesn't walk quite as well off his rear too. He doesn't display quite as much muscle as the ones we have in front of him. We'd like to see him more descript down his top and meet our hand with a little more muscle. And we round out with one that's much the same way, somewhat deceiving. This sheep looks like you'd go to the top and he would have a great big old rack and loin and hip, and he's just a little void in comparison to what he looks like underneath. I like his width underneath. I like the extra dimension he has. but he doesn't imitate that and make it go up to the top as well as I'd like. Really long bodied, really long hind saddled. Obviously not the muscle the top three have, not quite the top shape and integrity to the loin that the two in front of him, directly in front of him, have, but really, really a nice set. Let's give these kids a round of applause. They've done an excellent job.
We are now on class 18 of fine wool crosses, and a really deep class that we just had in class 17. Jack and I over here were talking about how easy it is just to listen to Mr. Steve talk on the mic, and you kind of get the full picture of exactly what he was thinking, and you kind of are able just to really view the sheep in your mind just by the way he's so easy to listen to.
For sure, and maybe not the most eccentric terminology you'll ever hear, but I don't think it needs to be. I think it's really refreshing to hear someone just use basic words like muscle, and honestly, that's all you need to use sometimes.
Yeah, I think sometimes as young people, especially calling myself out here, we try to just overdo it a little bit, want to sound really cool and tricky, and sometimes miss the big picture. And I think that's what he is so good at.
Well, again, really nice set of sheep in this class. We've got up one towards the front that really's got a big top and handles good, just gets a little finer featured, a little bit narrow underneath. One next that's got a good profile, need more lower leg muscle, need a little more width below in the bottom part of that one skeleton. We've got a few here that just need to be extended and prettied up a little bit. We've got one here that I really like the handle up over the rib and rack. We just run out of muscle when we get back to that loin and hip. We've got one here that's got a lot of muscle but gets a little deeper in the chest. Another attractive one here we just need more punch to. Another one's quite the same there. And then we get some that just need a little bit more muscle to go along with the way they look from the side. But really a nice set. Again, proportional balance is big to me. I think these don't quite proportionately balance as well as the others. These kids have worked hard. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts out here.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
They went ahead and made their first shift for Class 18 of fine wool crosses, and a really nice set of them. I think the top end here is going to be really nice.
For sure, another class that's definitely really high quality all the way down the line. I think we have 8 out here to pick through, and we will whittle 2 of those down to get 6 that'll ultimately end up making the sale. Something Cheyenne and I were just talking about here a couple minutes ago off air was just the differences in classification versus maybe in some of the northern shows that we're more accustomed to up in our neck of the woods, where it's more or less of a classification, more of what color your sheep wants to identify that day. So definitely a little bit different experience down here.
Yeah, I'll leave it to Jack to be very blunt, but Dr. Ramsey down in there from A&M really gave us the rundown of everything that entails for classification here at San Antonio, and it takes a entire team. We got up pretty early this morning, and he walked us through step by step kind of what they do, what they look for, whether that's checking for leg wool and making sure it's clipped up all the way through, to even classification with the new iPads. I didn't know if you knew about that.
No, for sure. Something new. I know in the past I've seen them use the colored chips before, and kind of the 3 strikes you're out, or 2 out of 3 in some places. But the iPads definitely, I think, is an improvement in some areas where it gives just a little bit more clarity and transparency to the exhibitors when maybe you're not very happy that your animal didn't classify the way you wanted it to. Maybe that just gives a little bit more clarification of maybe what area specifically your animal is just a little farther than what they deemed acceptable.
Yeah, and so to explain what the iPads do, instead of just throwing those chips, instead of just using those chips and then you having no idea why your sheep or livestock got classified out, they now have those iPads and they will type in exactly why they classified your sheep out. And so there's no questions about it. You know exactly what they were looking about, what they found, and all the things.
Well, another really nice set. In saying that, I think there's one thing to do in this class, and that's put that one up at first. One that has presence and character is Cash said. He just kind of demands your attention, moves around the ring nicely. Skeleton's good, muscle's good. He's somewhat deceiving because he looks so big and tall that you wonder if there's enough to him, and you go to handle him, and there's plenty, folks. It's there down his top. It's there in the middle part of his leg. Maybe not, doesn't carry that quite as deep in his twist and in his inner thigh is the one in second, but I think plenty of muscle there, a lot of bone, a lot of good proportional balance as we've been talking all day. Just a nice one to win the class. I think the one in second, when you go to really handling and hammering on them, this one comes in second because of that extra skeletal correctness, but mostly for the way that this one's got a big old rack, a big old loin, and a big old hip. Really good as far as that touch. He's leaned to the rib. He's leaned back through his loin and back through his hip, but yet he's got some freshness back there. One that's big-footed, big-boned. Really appreciate that about him. I don't think he's as wide at the base as the one in front of him. Probably not quite as wide at the front as the one in third, but to me he has a little more quality of muscle. He's a little bit bigger as far as his arms concerned, a little bit bigger as far as his foot concerned, and gives me more muscle coming out, especially in the hindquarters. When we look at the one in third, we appreciate that top shape. We appreciate that last rib, maybe not quite the width and integrity of loin that the two in front of him have, one that we'd like to see wider in that pin setting, but one that we appreciate that front two-thirds of that one very, very nicely. Puts together some things that the one in fourth doesn't, as far as the way he transitions from neck to shoulder to forerib and transitions back over his top. The one in fourth, one that's got a lot of muscle, a really good handling one. I'd like to change the way this one's neck comes out of his shoulder, the way his shoulder ties into that forerib a little bit. He just is a little awkward in the way that's all put together. But once you get past that, this one's really big in the loin, really big at the last rib, tremendous amount of shape back through his hip. We'd like to see him just move just a tad nicer when we put him in motion. One that does move nice is this next one. We appreciate that about him. We appreciate the way he steps out, covers his track. One that gets a little bit inverted as far as that rear to front flank thing. We're a little bit higher in the rear flank than we'd like to see. One that we appreciate, that top shape and rack shape, not quite the loin, not quite the muscle that some of them at the top have, not quite the balance that some of them up at the top have, but falls in there in fifth real nicely. One we missed, or I missed, I should say, is this one. This one's got a different feel to its hide, or not to its hide, but to its wool, and doesn't maybe wow you when you go to handle him the first time, but when you really start looking at that width and base width, you start looking at that shape he's got in the middle portion of his body, the levelness he has when he comes back. I see why I didn't pull him on the walk. She was wanting to fight her a little bit and not really cooperate at times, but once she got him moving, I think that one moves nicely. I think that one balances nicely. I think that one has some center body and some rack and some good touch to it. We'd like to make that one bigger as far as circumference of foot, circumference of bone, stouten that one up a little bit as far as forearm and width. But I think when you look at the total composition of that one that's put together nicely. Really good set. Again, these kids have done an excellent job. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts here.
Well, Class 19 is now coming in the ring, and 2 more classes left until we have the champion drive for this breed. And I think that last class, man, that one got me fired up. How about you, Jack?
Yeah, I think that sheep was really good, and I think Sturt's hit the nail right on the head. Probably just really, really complete. Really high quality show sheep for sure.
Yeah, that thing just when he came right out of the gate, that thing's head, neck, just arrogant look. I thought that thing was really nice. The whole class though was really deep, just like he had talked about. And it was exciting to hear that Cash kind of found that last one, and they worked together on that last class.
Yeah, something that's definitely really cool, where maybe Cash was able to help that get that kid just another look, a benefit of having an associate
Yep.
judge where that sheep, whether Sturt's meant to find it at the end or not, got the sheep placed where it needed to be, and that girl got the look she deserved.
I know we've mentioned top judge here a couple of times, but I just want to talk about how thankful I think both of us here are to one, get the opportunity just to be where we're at right now, but also the opportunity to get to talk to some of the industry leaders that have been judging shows for a long time and get to pick their minds, all their insight. I know we were just talking about how much we've just really learned in the past less than 24 hours, actually.
Yeah, just some information and conversation that really just seems invaluable when you think about the kind of things you can talk to them about and how to approach a show of this magnitude. Stuff that's just really beneficial, regardless of the level of fare you sort, or even if you don't judge anything. Just talking to those guys about general livestock and just their passion for the industry and things within it, I think it's just really, really neat.
Yeah, and the genuine knowledge that those 3 or 4 individuals that we've really got to sit down with and have multiple conversations with for a few hours is quite impressive.
Well, another competitive class. Again, there's 3 or 4 or 5 in here that are right on that line, and you have to draw that line somewhere to be able to get those top in and sort through them. And really nice as far as some qualities and some good sheep are concerned over here that we pulled, and appreciate the quality over there. We've got some on this side that just need more muscle, just need more structural correctness, maybe don't handle with quite the qualities the ones over there do. We've got one here that's got a lot of muscle, maybe just a little awkward in the way he moves, especially off his hind end. We've got one that balances nice from the shoulder back, but has a little bit of a breastplate and a little bit of shoulder, doesn't blend quite as well in that front end. Another one we like the balance from when we go to handle, maybe a little softer, not quite as much muscle out through the rear leg. We've got one that's got a lot of body and a lot of dimension to the body, gets a little bit softer, a little bit downhill, maybe a little bit more mature. And then we get into the same, as I've said before, song and dance. If they have enough muscle, we'd like to change the structure on them. If they've got good structure, some of them need a little more muscle that we have got left out here. But again, these kids have done an awesome job. Their project started long ago, back in October for sure, because that's when they validated, and they've been working at it and feeding them and getting them to this point. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts up to there, and appreciate them coming to San Antonio to show us some crossbred sheep.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, an excellent class, one that is challenging. I think that there's some differences, obviously, but I think we've got a few sheep that maybe are pushing the envelope on having a little more condition than I'd like to be up here in the top 5 or 6, and they're right on that cusp of having too much. And then we've got some difference as far as raw muscle shape, and we've got some difference as far as just structural and skeletal quality. But the one thing that was easy to do is put this one at the top. I think this one comes to the top nicely. Really, really good as far as the way he balances. Really good as far as his top shape. He the scope of and nature of his top just gets wider as he goes back. Really big out through that hip. He sets his hip hock and hind leg down nicely. Has some forearm. He's not maybe the widest, not maybe the biggest bone, maybe not even the heaviest muscled. But I think when you talk about structural, skeletal quality, movement, balance, that one wins the class nicely. This one in second, when he first came in, I nearly pulled him on the walk, and I honestly thought maybe he's a little plain. And we talked about him here when we got to the top 5 because I was trying to make sure I was reading him right. And that's a good thing to have somebody out here to just confirm what you see. I think this sheep moves his way up just on natural shape, natural muscle, natural shape. This thing doesn't have a wow factor. This one doesn't have anything that just makes you go wow. But when you start really looking at him, raw muscle shape, he's leaner than the one in third. He's really big in his top. He's really level and has a lot of width out through his pins. He's probably doesn't have as much lower and middle thigh as the one behind him. He sure doesn't have the skeletal quality and coolness of the one in front of him. But he falls into second with just being a real honest, nice sheep that has a lot of good qualities and puts them together with a lot of really good shape and a lot of good muscle and a lot of carcass quality. We get into the one in third, and this one I like till we get up to that front end. He gets just a little deeper, a little plainer, not quite as neat there. He's one of them that's pushing the envelope for me as far as finish. I'd like to lean him up, especially right there in that elbow pocket. I think he is acceptable when we get back over his loin and hip, where they'll measure that fat, but I think that we'd sure like to see him a little bit cleaner there in that elbow pocket. He's not as big in his bone, he's not as big in his arm as the two that precede him, carrying a little more condition, but one that really gets good when you get back in through that loin and hip, one that we move around the ring and we like the way he moves. The next one's one that I get glimpses of him, and I think he needs to be up a spot or two, and I get glimpses of him and he goes down. When we put him in motion, his skeleton's so loose he kind of falls apart, and it makes it hard to put him up any higher than this on the move. When we get him stuck and we get him to the side, we like some things about him. I think he shortens up just a little bit in comparison to the ones on either side of him, but I think when we get over the top of him, especially from the loin back, this one's really wide, really deep, really neat in that hip. We got a good hind leg. We like the way he moves from behind. We just need to make him a little not so loose in his skeleton, not so short in some areas. Next sheep, really, really cool as far as that front end and look. One that we'd like to change the rear two on. He gets just a little bit, especially on that left rear, wants to be a little choppy there. This one is also carrying a little more condition than I like. He's just right on that cusp of having too much. He, to me, has a little more up over his top and loin. I question how he'll cut because of that. But when we look at quality and we look at muscle and we look at front end quality, I think he's got to be in the mix of these top 6. We get the next one, and the young lady we pulled from there, there was 4 left, and one that we sure appreciate the muscle this one has. We'd need to change this one and make it just a little bit neater, and the way it's put together from front to rear, make it a little bit smoother. We got a little bit of a high tail head and not quite the look from behind that we'd like to have, but this one has some width. This one has some bone and circumference to foot. This one has some middle body shape and deserves to be here in 6th place, and we put her there and think she really fits in there, and are glad that we've got a really nice class here. Let's give these kids a round of applause. They've done an excellent job. We'll go on to the next one.
Class 20 is currently in the ring. This will be our 6th class of fine wool crosses. It's also our last class of fine wool crosses. Definitely getting into some heavier weight sheep in this class here, Shy.
I actually just ran to grab a snack and was standing next to these sheep, and I think they were almost the same height as me on some of them. And for those of you who don't know me, I am a whopping 5'1", so pretty high stakes right there.
For sure. And the show's been just really loaded with quality, top to bottom, regardless of division or breed. But Cheyenne, what's probably been your most pleasant surprise you've encountered while watching, maybe not just the fine wool crosses here, but being at the show in general today?
Yeah, I think a lot of things. This being the first time that I've actually sat and fully watched the San Antonio Sheep and Goat Show. Obviously, I've watched it online or just very briefly, but never really just got to sit down and fully watch it. And I know we've kind of mentioned this a few times, but it's just really encouraging hearing the two judges we have out here just genuinely care so much about getting absolutely every placing right, how much they care about these kids. And so I think that's been really encouraging. Another just big surprise, I think, is just the quality all the way through the classes is really, really deep. And just the size of the classes, honestly, that's probably the biggest surprise that we might not have where I'm from. Is we still got really nice livestock, but just not the same kind of numbers for sure.
For sure, and especially numbers relative to some of these, what would maybe be from the outside looking in seen as smaller breeds or minor breeds. These are major breeds to these kids down here, and these sheep mean a lot, and they can really have a big impact on their show careers. Don't have to show against maybe a other blackface division that might be just a little tougher, get you in a little different class, maybe smaller total number ahead, and get you a little better shot of getting a sale slot.
Yeah, so how about you, Jack? I really like that question. Biggest surprise since you've been down here for a total of 26 hours now?
I'll be honest, you kind of stole my thunder a little bit. I was going to say probably just the immense quality, and it also my first time being in person for the show itself. Been down for the judging contest a couple times, and always really enjoy the sheep and goat classes. We get a view through that, even though it's a week later. Those things hold up really good because you start with really good ones to begin with. But I'd say, probably to answer your question, just how professional the kids are here. They understand that this is their sport, this is their game, this is what they do, and they're really competitive and they take it really seriously. I think that's just really fun to see the drive all these kids have for it out here.
Yeah, now that you mentioned the livestock judging contest, it's truly impressive. I mean, I feel like the day we get to judge those on contest day, those things are lights out, fresh as a daisy, ready to go. I didn't realize that they have to stay here for over a week. It's really impressive. Another kind of not surprise, but man, the people that are running these shows are just top notch, and they've all just taken time out of their day to introduce themselves to all of us, really guide us in what they're doing, why they're doing it, with high integrity too.
Well, another deep class. We get into these big ones, and we do get a little more finish. We get a little more maturity. It starts to show a little bit in that chest floor and in that front end, especially. Some of them it works on back, but I think we've got a set of two up here that we have some bone and compositionally have some good things about them. Maybe not quite as much muscle as what we have over here, not the handling characteristics. Young lady does a nice job with this one here. Has got a big loin, a little finer bone, a little finer featured. Need to give it a little more to it as far as pulling it apart. We've got some that need to be changed as far as structure and skeleton as we move back, and we've got one in the corner there that we like the top shape in the rack. Doesn't have quite the hip shape. We've got one here starting to shuck some hair off its legs. It's a little finer boned even without that. Just carrying a little more finish than I'd like to see today, young lady. We've got some others that we'd like to change the way that they're put together on the move. Maybe structurally and skeleton don't put them quite as well down on the surface as well as the ones we picked. But an excellent class. Again, these kids have done an awesome job. We appreciate them coming to San Antonio and showing to us. Let's give them a round of applause as they leave the ring.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
All right, we are picking our top 6 out and placing them, and this will be one of the last times that you guys hear Jack and I on the microphone today. But don't worry, I know you guys are also sad. We'll be back on tomorrow, first thing in the morning, right?
Correct. Division 1 and the mediumals, I'm really looking forward to it. But this has been really fun. We got 6 more here to kind of wrap up, and they're no slouch for sure.
Yeah, really quality stock. And so, once again, just want to say that we're really thankful for this opportunity to get to watch the show from the level we do, get to be on the microphones here and learn. We've already learned so much and just are excited to keep on learning and connecting with a lot of awesome people. So, with that, we'll let the 2 judges pick up the microphone and place them.
Well, in our heavyweight crosses, I think we've got one up at top that when we talk about maturity in a class this size, I think or with this size and this weight, I think this one puts together a whole lot of good pieces. Really, really balanced, really nice as far as profile is concerned. This one's good on his feet and legs, as we've been talking about. The proportional balance is just really neat on this one. We couldn't get a good look on the walk, and finally he went around and took about 4 or 5 good steps, and that was all it took, because he was wanting to be first in my mind the whole time, and I kept thinking, boy, I wish you'd just get out and walk for me real good one time. I think there's a lot of things we can see on the walk, and I like him to walk. I'm not going to hold it against one if one doesn't walk the whole time, but that one walked good enough when he walks, and he is a really neat one as far as pattern, balance, muscle, structure, and skeletal quality put in a package. I think it was close between second and third, and I switched these two pretty much at the end. Don't mind telling you, the young lady in second, she came in the later part of the heat, and I kept looking at that sheep and thinking I needed to pull it, and I didn't, and I got over there, and I took 2 steps towards it, and I said, yeah, I should have pulled this one. This is kind of awkward that I didn't. And she laughed and went on to the scales. And this one just works his way up on hind leg, hip posture. This one's really neat as far as his last rib back. This one handles nice and pets nice at the top of his blade into his rack. We could take and make him just a little bit neater as far as that shoulder and breastplate's concerned. He's starting to maybe show a little bit of his age there, but I think he follows our first place one really well from that shoulder back especially. And when you really look at a 3/4 view of this one, you really appreciate the extra width he has going away from you, that extra hip and dimension to his leg that he has in comparison to the one in third. The one in third has rock star moments, and you just think, man, that one's really cool. And then you look at him from some angles, and you watch him move it sometimes, and he just doesn't hold himself and his skeleton together as well as I'd like it sometimes. But when you handle him there on the stand, and you look at the amount of muscle and shape he's got in that rack and that loin, he is really good there. He's really deep in his edges. It's when we get back here, I'd like to change that hip and hind leg, maybe bring it out just a tad, maybe smooth it up just a little bit in the way that it looks from the side. He wants to roll ever so slightly at times. But I think when you talk about body shape, when you talk about top shape, you talk about length of body, one that's got some feature about him, I think this one does a really good job of putting those things together and falls into third because of it. Next one, we had one in the last class that's very similar to this. There's some things that you really like about this one as far as that muscle's concerned. He's just a little looser in his skeleton. He doesn't hold his front end together and his chest floor together quite as well when we put him in motion. We get a little bit off in our top line at times when he gets him braced, and when he gets him there and you get right over top of him, you could maybe move that one up. When you back off of him, watch him walk, he's got to go down just a little bit just because he doesn't blend together quite as well as the ones in front of him. Next one's got a tremendous amount of muscle, big-footed, a lot of arm in this one. We get into that front end, and we're pulled apart there, right there in the middle portion of the body. We get over to the top side of this one and handles with a lot of muscle. When we put this one in motion, his hip wants to drop ever so slightly. Another one that gets a little looser and a little deeper in that chest floor, we'd like to clean up and make a little more extended to move this one up. And the one that rounds it out, really long-bodied, and where this one I told beat the other ones is this 3/4 view, because when we got at this 3/4 view with the ones that were left, he was the best as far as his hip. He was the best as far as his hind leg and the way it hit the ground. Really long-bodied, could make this one a little bit harder as far as his tone and touch, a little bit harder as far as his muscles concerned, and that's why he's 6th today in comparison to the 7th, 8th, 9th, and those that did not have that hip and hind leg posture and have that extra length of body. But really a nice set. Again, these kids did an excellent, excellent job. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts here.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Storpers can be checking in.
Well, an excellent set of crosses out here. I can't tell you how much fun it's been to sort through these classes. And I was talking to Cash when they were weighing and going to come back in, and a lot of times you get an idea of what you're going to use, and you're kind of anticipating how they'll look when they get back out here, because you've done them in different classes at different times of the day. And I know there's a lot of people that say, oh, you want them progressively get bigger and look all alike. I think sometimes quality doesn't allow that, but I think that we get quality sheep to the top, and I'm not surprised when we get them out here that we've got the quality we have, and that they stair step up and imitate each other really pretty well when you look at the basics and the things that I put my emphasis on. I think a really nice setup here in this front row. In saying that, there's one that just, as far as quality and putting together structure, putting together skeleton and movement, you talk about still being youthful and athletic, and talk about one that when you handle it, it meets your hands with a lot of muscle. Maybe there's some out here that have had more, but I think the proper type of muscle on the proper frame with the proper length of body, I think there's one that comes to the top nicely. We've got some circumference of bone. We have a really good look from the side, and one that it's got some presence in the ring. It demands your attention when it comes out here. And so I'm going to shake the hand of the individual that'll have your champion. We're going to get the second one up from that class and look at it, and then we'll look for our reserve. Again, it has been a real pleasure and a lot of fun, and I think Cash would tell you the same, that it's been really cool to sort through this breed, and we've appreciated the quality that they brought us. We'll go name your champion, move the second up, and look for reserve. Let's give these kids and all of them that showed across a round of applause. Again, the whole show was good, and it was from top to bottom, and we appreciate them bringing them to us. Well, an excellent second place. We move up into there. It was a very close class. There's obviously some differences in them, but when we bring this one up, I don't think it takes away from the quality of this front line. I think one that has a really nice hip and hind leg, one that handles really good down his top, his uniform as far as finish is concerned, balances out nice again, good on its feet and legs. I think a really neat one that has some circumference of foot, circumference of bone, and those other things that we like to talk about in the ring. I think when we get him up here and we start comparing each of these classes, and we talk about the things that we used our champion for, that athleticism, that extra look, that extra presence, youthfulness. I think there's one that probably follows, or that does follow closely to me as far as being your reserve. I'm going to go shake the hand of your individual with reserve. Congratulations again to all these kids. This is a super set of crosses. It's been super fun. I know I've said that 2 or 3 times, and I guess I'm trying to ingrain it in y'all that how good I think these are and how the quality is here and how I appreciate them bringing it. Let's give them one more round of applause, and I'll pick your reserve.
Well, we have a couple different other top judge participants to help you get through the Dorper division of the day. My name's Hadley Broadwater. I was here with you today at the Southdowns, and also if you tuned into the Goat Show, I just covered the Division 4, and now I'm back over here on the sheep side for the Dorpers. I'm from Crawfordsville, Indiana, went to Lincoln Land Community College in Illinois, got my associates in animal science, and then transferred to Iowa State, where I'm now completing my bachelor's degree in animal science on a pre-veterinary track and plan to graduate in May. I'm also here with my contemporary, Caitlin. Caitlin, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. My name is Caitlin Zedike. I am from Hicksville, Ohio. I went to junior college at Lincoln Land, same as Hadley, got my associate's degree there, and then transferred to Iowa State, also same as Hadley. So we've been roommates for 4 years, judged together, and then came through the top judge program. And so now we're here going through the Dorper classes.
Yes, super excited. Caitlin's one of the blessings, relationships that I've had to get through this industry, and she's one of the things that I'm super proud to have in terms of people in my life. As we transition to the show, talking about the show, the final cross division just completed. Congratulations to the Strubbe family on champion. That pair was pretty nice. I believe we have 3 classes of Dorpers, so we'll go ahead and roll right into Class 1 of the Dorper division.
As we head into this first class of Dorpers, weights ranging from 100 to 115, so just 5-pound differences here in this first class, and then they'll come back with 5-pound weighbacks on either side.
Just going through the background of the classes, looks like we're looking for 6 sail lots within the Dorper division. So the Mr. Sturts and Mr. Allen will do their first sort, sending a few animals to the classification and scales. They'll be sifted through that and then sent back in for further evaluation. If you weren't tuned in this morning or haven't heard yet today, this year I believe they're utilizing an iPad system through the classification system to help educate the show exhibitors on how maybe why they were classed out or why they classed in, just in terms of reasoning and explanation. I think that'll be a really great tool to have in years to come.
I think as we've been here throughout the show today, it's become pretty prevalent that not only the people behind the scenes running the show, judges as well, interns here helping with the show, everybody just wants to make this as smooth as possible and as enjoyable for the kids, whether that's a learning opportunity or to improve them later on in next shows that they go into as well, and as they go on through their life, for experiences and opportunities as they go on down the road, whether that's furthering their education through scholarship opportunities for them if they stay in state, or if it's their first year and they're just learning how to navigate a show ring or show an animal. So I think that's really a neat opportunity for these kids and the people behind the scenes. I don't think they get enough appreciation for that. So just thanks to them.
Well, as the judges make their final selection within this class in the initial sort, looks like we have about roughly 13 coming in out of the classification and scales.
Sir. Got a lot of numbers in this class, a lot of quality up here that we've pulled. There's some sheep out here that have some qualities that we like, and for the Dorper, actually have a lot of the Dorper characteristics that they came over here for, but we trying to make them a little leveler, a little neater. We've got one here I'd like to be a little bolder in the rib, a little bit more pulled apart in the center part of her body, or his body, excuse me. Not quite as good there, but when we look out through that hip and we look at that design of that hip, we sure like that about it for the Dorper breed. We've got one next that's the same way. I need to pull it apart in the center portion of that rib, maybe give it a little more width out through that hip. This one's got some dimension of hip, gets a little narrower, a little finer made. This one here is just getting a little mature for a lightweight. We're getting just a little bit flatten our bone work, flatten our stifle, not as much muscle. Then right behind it, we've got one that's the opposite, just a lot of muscle, but structurally and skeletally, we'd like to change that loin, change that front end. We've got one, the balance is nice, needs more muscle. We've got one here that just gets a little bit overdone as far as that front end and shoulder. Handles real nice back through that loin. Needs to be wider in its pin setting. We've got some then that we just structurally and skeletally would like to see them move around the ring better. We've got one here we need to have a little more bone, a little more quality of front end. Looks good from the loin back. We've got a really nice looking one as far as extension here, needs more muscle. And then it's the same old song and dance again. As we get down here, we'd like to see the ones that are structural and skeletal quality have a little more muscle. The ones with muscle have a little more structural and skeletal quality, excuse me. But really a nice set. We're going to look through these we sorted off. We've got a bunch to look for. So really, really good set. Really, really good kids. Again, these kids came to San Antonio to participate in the livestock show. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts and going through with this project and what they're doing.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, as we welcome the kids that made the initial sort back into the ring, I think I'll give Mr. Sturza the props of making every kid that's walked in the ring today feel valued. I think that's especially important. The amount of time and effort that these kids pour into their projects doesn't go unnoticed with this judge, and I think that's really important and admirable.
I definitely agree with you there, Hadley. As these kids come back in, 13 of them made the first initial sort. I think you'll have another sort here as they get circled around again, and then we'll get down to the sale order and start placing the top end.
Looks like we're 3 or 4 deep into our 6. Oh, 5. One more slot into our sail. Really deep first class of dorpers here within this division.
Yeah, Hadley, with the quality within this first class, I think it'll be real interesting to see how the next 2 classes of Dorpers come and the quality that comes through those classes as well. It looks like they're circling them before they get their 6-1 to go on the sail, and I think that just goes to show how these 2 judges take their time and really evaluate to make sure they get the right 6 to go into these sail slots.
Absolutely, some of the most important decisions they'll make all day. Some enthusiasm from the crowd as our 6th Dorper has been selected. Sturts will now go through and make additional comments on those that didn't quite make it.
Well, a real challenging class, this first class of Dorpers, and I told Cash that I don't know that in a lightweight class I've seen this much difference in maturity. When we look at the heads of these things, when we look at the bodies and the way they're made, I think there's a lot of differences in the maturity, a lot of differences in finish, a lot of differences in those type things that usually in a lightweight class are a little more closer as far as from front to rear. But I think the one easy thing to do is use this young lady up here in the front of the line to win the class. This one's youthful and athletic. This one has a nice rib shape, tremendous amount of top shape. Really like the loin and hip in this one. When this one moves around the ring, maybe not quite as extended and cool in that front end as the one we have in second, but this one has the power and the extra muscle in that back one, 3/4 or 1/4 of its quarter. Really a good shot from the 3/4 shot. It's really a good picture right here where I'm standing. Just looking at that one and the way his body and the way his muscle and the way his balance is put together, and I think wins on those qualities. I think it's a bigger decision between second and third, and I think we've got some big variances there. Obviously, the one in second I said is extended, really neat. I really like that one on the move, especially when it comes at you, gets about right across from you at the half view. When we get to the 3/4 view, I'd like to bulk that one up a little bit, make that hip just a little bit bigger, make that hind leg come down a little closer to that hock. Maybe take and just make that hock bend just a little bit better. But I think when you look at the front end quality, you go to handle that one, and he's surprisingly wide and stout up over his blade and into his rack. Really nice through his loin, a tremendous loin edge. Really comes back level out through his hip. And I think those qualities put him in second over the one in third. The one in third gets a little bit deeper chested, starting to get a little mature. I don't know what that sheep weighs, but in a lightweight class, I guess I wasn't expecting one to be that far along. We need to make that one a little more youthful in that front end. We do that, and that one moves up a spot for sure and gives the one in first contention. But when you handle this one, he's not too fat. He handles really good down that top. He's smooth, gets wider as he goes back. Probably the widest loin-edged one of the class. Really like the hip. We just need to make the front end match the back end just a little bit better and make him a little cooler about the front. Next one out somewhat the same way, maybe a little mature, a little further along. This one gets a little rounder on both ends, especially when we go and put him in motion. Not quite as good in his loin as the one in third, not as cool fronted as the one in the first. Doesn't put it together quite as, or second, excuse me, doesn't put it together quite as well as the one in first, and logically goes there in fourth to me. This next one, I really like the shape of his top, the scope of his top. I like that about him. When we get him on the move, he gets a little off on a rear pasterns. He's a little softer there. Doesn't maybe balance quite as well when we put him in motion. Gets just a little straighter when he walks away from us, a little postier legged. And we round out with one that I really like the handle in this guy. That's what it came down to. It was between him and a young lady that had one that looked really good on the walk, that was a little softer and didn't have quite the firmness and touch and tone. This one gets wider as he goes back. We got to change that rear hock. He gets just a little off, especially on the right one. Gets a little silly on it, so to speak. One that we appreciate the front end. We like the way that width and depth comes back through the loin and through that hip. We straighten that hock up. We give him just a little more youthfulness. He moves up a spot or two. But excellent, excellent lightweight class. These kids have done a really nice job. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts here.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Well, as we await the results from the last class, I believe we have class number 24 in the ring. We have 40 entries, the Dorpers, and a weight range from 116 to 124. Looks like right off the bat, off the walk, we have a couple pulled, more than the last class, so this should be a very exciting class as we get into the second class of Dorper Division. Also, as we await those results, I'll be excuse me, as we await the results, as this class is coming in, I see a lot of blue tags, and if I am correct, I believe those are the lambs that are of the Texas Lamb Breeder Association. So I'll be awfully excited to see how many of the Dorpers within the last class qualified for that division as well.
Looks like just from coming off the walk, there's 9 that got pulled that'll head to the scales and get classified. They'll go through and handle the rest of them and see if there's any others they want to get out through this sort before we head into the next round.
Yeah, this class looks like it'll be awfully interesting. A little differences just in terms of types and kinds. This one furthest on the end here, I believe the Klim daughter looks rather interesting, maybe just a little bit different in terms of type and kind of look. So be interesting to see what Sturts and Allen do here within this class. Once again, a really deep class. I'll be excited to hear what Sturts has to offer just in terms of prioritization here, maybe why a few of these didn't quite make the cut here in just a second. So far, it looks like coming back from the SIFT and classification, or scales and classification, excuse me. Oh, remarks from Mr. Sturts.
Well, another really deep class. I was talking with Cash. There's a lot of really nice, just practical sheep out here, and really appreciate these kids bringing them to me. This young lady's up at front, really useful and good, like the front end. Need to have more horsepower out there back through that hip and in that rear leg. We've got one next that's got a lot of width and a lot of dimension. Get a little bit more mature. They get a little bit sloppier in maybe their makeup, if you will. One I'd like to change the rear legs on, change that front end on next. We've got a few here next that are a little softer to the touch, maybe don't have the width out and flare out through the hip. This sheep here, we both like a lot of things about him, but he gets just a little mature, a little deeper, not quite as neat about that front end. The next one, same way, maybe a little bit more youthful in the front, doesn't have quite the integrity in his loin and the width out through his pin setting. We get one that's just a little narrower, especially back in the pin and back in the leg area. Another one that imitates that. And then we've got some that, again, structurally and skeletally, we'd like to change. This sheep here caught my eye a few times. I just need to change him behind his blade. The way he ties together, he doesn't kind of blend very well, and when he takes off, he doesn't hit the ground quite as secure as the others do. I'd like to change him there. We've got one here that just not quite as cool looking about his front, has good handling characteristics as far as width and mass, and has some dimension to his body, gets a little softer, a little flatter in the lower part of his rib. One next has some middle part of the body, but runs out of gas when we get back to the rear leg and into the hip. We've got 1 and 2 next that handle nicely, need a little more muscle. Again, same song and dance here, a really attractive one, needs to be pulled apart more, have more muscle. One that has more muscle need to structurally and skeletally change a little bit. But really a nice set. Again, these kids have come to San Antonio to show a sheep. They've achieved that. We appreciate them showing to us. We want to give them a reward, and the only reward we can give them is putting our hands together for them as they leave the ring. Let's do that. A really good set of kids. Nice set of Dorpers in this class. Congratulations to them.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, if you happen to be passively watching the show, I urge you to maybe lock in and pay attention here, because we'll have 17 of these that I believe that made the initial sort past the scales and the classification. Lots of quality within this class. It'll be really exciting to watch.
Hadley, we were just talking about how after you make this sort or whatever, it's only a 35% chance of still hitting a sale slot to get one of those 6 spots to get into the sale. So it goes up a little bit after you make the sort, but not much after that. So I think seeing how these 2 judges evaluate these 17 animals will be really interesting to get those 6 animals.
For sure, Caitlin, and I think a little bit of those numbers just show how tough it is out here on the stage at San Antonio. So I think kudos to all those kids and exhibitors and families that have gotten this far. I think you guys have such a quality show that you guys put on from every aspect. Kind of as we have a moment to go ahead and look ahead, I believe we have one more class of Dorpers after this, after the conclusion of this class, and then after the conclusion of that class, we will have the division champion drive for the Dorpers, and then we will conclude the sheep show portion of the San Antonio Stock Show today, and then restart again tomorrow bright and early at 8 a.m. with the mediumals, I do believe. Five of them that quickly stand out to our judge, Mr. Sturtz. I believe we have one more sale slot to secure within this class. Now, I would maybe never claim to be a Dorper professional, but if you are watching this class and see these three, they don't get your blood just pumping a little harder. I don't think you're or maybe just watching with enough intent. I think you maybe need to check your pulse, because these three are really exciting. I think just in terms of impression, these three leave you with a very lasting one.
I agree with you, Hadley, because when you get a breed that's known for its carcass quality like the Dorpers, and then on top of that you add look and presence and design that these three have, I think it makes it a lot more challenging but a lot more enjoyable for our judges to evaluate and go through to determine how these top three are going to line up at the end of the day.
Yeah, totally. I'll be super excited to see how they prioritize the differences between these three still, even despite them each having a little bit of a lasting impression in terms of presence. I also, as I mentioned before, I believe all three of these have a bright blue tag within their ear, meaning that they all should be a Texas-born lamb, which is super exciting for what the state of Texas is doing within this breed, and then to see these kids be rewarded for showing a Texas lamb. Pretty awesome to see, for sure.
Well, I think these five separated themselves when we got everything back out there, and probably pulled more than I needed to, but I think it's good to make sure you're getting those good ones to the top and make sure you're getting that sixth place one right, and I believe we did that with this young lady down here, and appreciate that sheep and the one in fifth and fourth. But when you look at these top three, they're just a little higher quality, a little bit out there, but the one that's the real outlier is the one up front. This one is bold and athletic, not just because it ran around the ring. You're athletic too, by the way, young lady. Good job. I was trying to tell you to slow down. You're going to hurt yourself. But tremendous shape of rib, tremendous shape of top, really wide in that loin, really wide out through that hip. This one, when it walks away from you, to me, is the best from hock to ground, maintaining that width and driving that back foot in the ground really nicely. We've got some forearm. This one, when you have these hair sheep and you're looking at circumference of bone and foot and so on, this one, there's probably bigger footed ones, bigger bone ones, but they're all pretty close. But when you look at that forearm, you look at that balance standpoint, again, I know I probably overrate balance, but this one balances as far as front to rear really nicely, proportionately, and does a really good job of that. I look at the second and third, and I think that's where the decision is, and ultimately it comes down to the one in second is a little bit cooler about its neck and front end, has just a little more shape and total push of muscle, if you will, behind that blade, back into that rack and back into that loin edge than the one in third. I think they're both very similar. I'd like to take both of them and square their hock up to ground, maybe make them a little wider going away from me. I think the one in second gives me a little more delineation of muscle. I think this one's a little smoother to look at, but when I handle him, he doesn't have quite the muscle tone, quite the muscle expression as the one in second. Now he's a little bit better in his loin edge when we come from that loin back into that hip, but I think that the bigger differences is the quality of front end, the extra muscle, and that extra delineation and seam of muscle that one has in the rear leg. Next one's gets just a little plainer up front, if you will, but one that handles really nice. One that you go to handle it and you back up and think, oh, I wish he was a little more youthful, a little more cool like the three in front of him are, but one that balances nice, one that has a nice wide hip, really good as far as loin edge and integrity, one that has a lot of muscle in his leg. He probably moves out just a little nicer on his hind two than the two that precede him, but he's not quite as neat in his chest floor and breastplate. He's not quite as neat in his shoulder and makeup. Next one really handles good as far as muscle texture and muscle tone, one that's right as far as that body wall thickness is concerned. This one just gets a little piecey to me. We get a little off in the hip, especially out by that tail head. We'd like to change that one a little bit, maybe make that muscle go down a little bit more in that inner thigh. We look at this one from the side. We've got a good balance standpoint as far as front to rear flank. Maybe forearm to rear stifle relationship could be just a little bit better, but one that handles good as far as touch and tone and those type of things. And we round out with this young lady, and ultimately she was the 6'1" over a young man in the corner, based on the fact that this one handles really, really nicely as far as touch and tone, was a little bit cleaner about that chest floor, a little bit neater about that shoulder, and that put her into this sail hole. But really, really a nice set. Good set of Dorpers to look at. We really appreciate the quality in this class. Let's give them all a round of applause for their efforts here.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, just as that last class finished up, I believe Miss Blakely Clem happened to be our class winner of that Dorper class. I believe she's also been fortunate enough to have won the Arizona National with that Dorper. So super successful run for that young girl, as well as I think she also competed at San Angelo and had the reserve champion Dorper. So quite the year for her. If you didn't happen to catch that, we are on our last class of Dorpers, class number 25, 26, I believe. 39 entries within this class with a weight range from 127 pounds to 140. Following the last class, it'll be super exciting to see the quality. Looks like we already have a bunch pulled off of the walk again, so makes us even more excited to see the division champion drive for the Dorper Market Lamb to come back in just right after this class. I also believe that Miss Blakely's Dorper Market Lamb was raised by the Black family out of Zephyr, Texas. So, congratulations to all of them that are involved behind her and her success there. If you happen to catch what the announcer said, they said the breeders of all those Texas-born lambs. So congratulations to all those exhibitors. Special shout out, like I just said, to the young Miss Blakely Clem on her first place class winner, as well as Kelly Hare Sheep being able to put many within that class that did successful. Caitlin and I, this fall, were actually fortunate enough to get to work out at the Kelly Hare Sheep operation and get to pick the brains of Catherine and Colton themselves, which was super awesome to see. I think what they're doing there is really exciting, and it'll be cool to see what they accomplish in the years to come.
Yeah, it was definitely an incredible opportunity to be able to get to do that on our judging trip through to the State Fair of Texas livestock judging contest. So I think if any of these teams are out there looking for a workout on Dorpers, I think that makes a great stop on their list.
Absolutely, or just to be able to see the facilities. You know, that area of Texas just is, just full of great livestock-minded people. Just to be able to get in that area would be a blessing for sure. So, highly, highly recommend. As the day starts to wind down to a close, I think Caitlin and I are super appreciative not only of the Top Judge program for this opportunity to be out here in San Antonio, but as well as our day full of commentating with throughout the different small ruminant shows. Big shout out to Taylor Fort and the high quality job that their crew does live streaming this for y'all to watch back at home or wherever you are. And we're very fortunate to have the opportunity to be able to step within this role and just be able to learn a different side of the livestock show world.
Couldn't agree more with you, Hadley. I think it's been a really great opportunity to get behind some of the minds of some brilliant people out here within our industry, whether that's our mentors or picking the judges' brains last night at the hotel and just seeing how they prepare for a show like this, or even how they go through their mindset of when the animal walks in the ring, what kind of goes through their head and what they're going to do when, whether that's pulling them off the walk or just wait until they handle. I think it's a great opportunity for anybody to get to do that and ask those questions.
For sure, I think the general consensus of what we learned last night was the topic of preparation for a show like this, and it was exciting to hear just kind of how Sturts and Barrett varied a little bit, but really were similar just in terms of general preparation and just being able to get in the right mindset. Along with preparation, I'll be excited. I do believe that we have the opportunity to speak with them again tonight. Maybe they will want to be a little bit of a shorter conversation after the long day that I'm sure that they both had, or all four of them have had. But we'll be excited to see what insight they're able to share with us and learn about what they really thought about the day and how it went for them as the day went on. So.
Definitely. One thing was for sure, though, through listening to both of them chat last night, it's definitely about the kids and make it about the kids. So I think we've seen that today, that they're both doing a very good job. All four judges actually are taking their time with each and every one of them to make sure they're seen and valued out here in the ring, and also help if they need it or learning experience for these kids as well.
Yeah, and I guess if I can qualify myself as a 21-year-old kid, I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be involved and see that and be invested in the youth within the agriculture industry and just see the benefit that these kids will have just within their lives, and then hopefully that they'll in turn have on others as well in the future.
Couldn't agree more, because it wasn't that long ago that we were also in the ring as well. Seems like just yesterday we were showing against each other and taking our picture together.
Fun times for sure. Looks like we're sitting about at 9 that have made it through the sift of the initial sorts. So be excited to see how many more sorts out to make the initial sift, and then see those come back out and see how they prop up next to each other.
Well, another really nice class. A lot of Dorper sheep out here, and a lot of quality. I'm really impressed again with when we get them this size. Some of them, their handling qualities. However, I would say that as we get them this size and we get them sideways and we put them in motion, we're getting a little more maturity. The bones are getting a little flatter, maybe not quite. Heads are getting bigger, not quite as cool to look at, not as quite as athletic as the earlier classes, and it starts showing. But some really nice handling ones as far as finish is concerned, as far as touch is concerned. Just need to maybe change them. We've got some sheep up here at the top that we just need to structurally and skeletally change them. There's a young lady right here with a black spot on the side. This one's close to me. I don't think he's got enough width and rear end to match what he's got up front. I like his handling characteristics. Maybe not quite as cool about his neck set as some we've got picked. We've got one here that's a really neat one from the side, needs more muscle. Another one that handles real good, gets a little bit narrow in his pin setting. Got one here, this young man, I don't know if this one's going to make it the truck or not. He may. He's not too happy with it, but doesn't want to show very good. Handles real good as far as his rib cage is concerned. We'd like to take that front end, match that back end up a little bit, and give him a little more muscle. We've got one here that's nice to look at from the side. Has some muscle, maybe not quite the top shape and the loin shape that we need. We've got one here that handles really good as far as firmness and touch and tone. Really long-bodied. Gets just a little frail, gets a little bit narrow when we look at his pin setting. Really like the hide presentation on him. I think there's the ones that we've pinned earlier that give me those qualities that are a little bit better than what we have out here. Obviously, these kids have come here. We've had a long day. They've done a really good job of showing in this last class of Dorpers. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts here and for coming out and showing at the San Antonio Livestock Show.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Really tough here as we get down to our final three spots. I think a lot of differences within these sheep, but still really high quality. Um, yeah, I'll be excited to see where we end up landing here. And there we have it, our final six sale lots for today's sheep show. Very nice class, very nice day, quality, I mean, just amongst the whole board for sure. Once again, we have it down to a final trio like the last class, and I think Sturt's in his comments of the last class mentioned his prioritization of general build, and it seems that seems to be a common theme within this class as well within this trio. So
Well, an excellent class. Heavyweight Dorpers. I don't know. I didn't see what these things weighed, but really impressed with the way that they've held together with their maturity, their pattern, their youthfulness, their athleticism, the way that they handle as far as their finish is concerned, and as far as their yield. Really nice set. I think the one up front, when you park him, it's over to me. This one's really big forearm, really big in his foot, really robust and huge as far as his rib shape is concerned. He comes back to a really nice barrel, a deep flank, really neat as far as the way he carries that muscle down his leg close to his hock. Really good as far as his hock to ground and moving away from me. I got one little problem with him, and I haven't found a perfect one yet, but when the young man doesn't have his knee into him, and when you see it, there's a little bit of breast and a little bit of protrusion up there front. I don't one trait one to pick one to win, and I don't one trait one to pick one to lose, and so we're going to let him get by with that with all those other good qualities, because I think he's just that much ahead in all those areas we just talked about than the ones in second and in third. One in second, really good profile, really good on the side, really like that one when we put it in motion, really handles nice as far as yielding. That one's really good as far as touch and tone, really good as far as body wall thickness, one that we appreciate that gets wider as he goes back. One that maybe not quite as good from hock to ground is the one we start with, not quite as big boned. We'd like to see him a little bigger in his arm. He is a little bit cleaner about that chest plate and in that front end. I'd like to see him push with just a little bit more muscle in comparison to the one in first. One in third, I had him in second for a while, put him back to third. I've got to change the rear pasterns on him, and again, we're not going to one trait one, but when we look at them, the pasterns, and we look at that around his tail head, I just like to make that one square around his tail head and better in his pasterns. Now, he is really cool about his front, really good about the way he handles over his rib, really neat as far as the way he ties from his blade to his cage and up in that upper part of his loin back to that hip. But once we get back to that pin setting and around there, we'd like to change that from that pin setting up to that tail head. We'd like to change that rear pastern some. I think he has an advantage over the one in second of having a little more muscle and maybe being a little bit better in his hock. I just need to change him in that pastern and back into that hip in comparison to the one in second. In comparison to the one in first, I'd like to see him bigger boned. I'd like to see more width of that chest floor. I'd like to see more dimension to that body. One that has a lot of dimension to body, carries just a little more condition than the top three. I'm not going to say he's over conditioned because he's sure not. I'd like to see him just a little bit leaner in comparison to them. He gets just a little soft in his top, both when we put him on motion and when we put him there on the side view. But when we handle this guy, he really gets wide as he goes back. Really good loin, really good hip. He gets just a little more mature in his front end. I'd like to make him a little bit neater and a little cleaner there. Like to change that top line a little bit to move him up any higher today. This white one, there's glimpses of him when I think, man, this one needs to move up a spot or two, and then there's glimpses of him when he wants to fight him and go backwards, and I think he's right where he needs to be. But we, again, have a rear pastern we'd like to change on this back right side, one that when he pushes forward and when he puts on the move, I like some things about him. He's not as big in his top line as the one right in front of him. He's not quite as good on his feet and legs as the three in front of him there when we put him in motion. He has a good balance factor when we put him in motion. He wants to pull back against this young man, and it makes it hard to look at that balance and that side view in comparison to the others. But when he gets him like that, we sure appreciate him there, and I sure think he belongs in the position he's in. We get the one in six, and this one's raw muscle shape. This one, when I get back from him, I don't love him. I don't love anything about him. When I get over top of this one, I think, whoa, this one needs to move up a bunch because he's got a big rack, a big loin, tremendous amount of muscle shape. We get to the side, he doesn't hold himself together quite as well, gets a little rounder on both ends. So when we get back off of him and look at him from the side is where I'd like to change this one. We get on top of him, just a tremendous amount of muscle, a tremendous amount of product, and that gets him in the sale today, and I'm sure that young lady's pretty proud of that. So excellent class, excellent set of Dorpers. Let's give these kids a round of applause for their efforts here.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Believe we might need a brief moment to validate just the final class that we had to wrap up the Dorper division, and then we'll bring those 3 classes back out for our division champion drive and get a champion reserve selected for you.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Breeder is Kelly Hershey. Third, Hadley Johnson, Medina County 4-H. Breeder is Kelly Hershey. Second, Knox Paget, Fredericksburg FFA. Breeder is Rich Shrimp Dorpers. And our class winner was Brody Raider, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Raider Ranch. Congratulations.
super awesome division to see all 6 of them get back out here and just see the elite level of Dorpers within this state and how they just stand out across the country for sure.
Definitely quite the lineup to round out our evening here after being here a whole day through this show. I think this is a great way to wrap up the show for the day and then come back tomorrow for the medium wolves.
Yes, very excited to be back tomorrow and help commentate through the medium wolves. I think that show will be just as cool and deep and exciting for sure.
As we mentioned from Class 2, our judging team went to Kelly Hare Sheep, but we'd also be remiss if we didn't mention that Class 3 winner went to Raider Ranch. We had the opportunity to work out there last year on our Houston trip. It was our San Antonio trip, actually. We had the opportunity to go work out there and then get a little tour of Fredericksburg. So that was a really great opportunity for our team to listen to them talk about Dorper sheep and how they're paving their way through the industry with that breed as well.
For sure, Caitlin, it's great to see so many awesome families be rewarded on a stage like this, especially when they're giving so much back to the industry and especially to a direct benefit of us within our livestock judging careers for sure. So very, very rewarding for sure to see.
Well, an excellent set of Dorpers out here. Let's give all these kids and all the kids that showed a Dorper today a round of applause. It's been very enjoyable to work today. Look forward to tomorrow. Just really appreciate the quality that was brought here. I don't know who will be here tomorrow and who won't, but we've had ring help. We've had camera people in and out of here. We've got interns. We've got classifiers and kids helping with validation and with TGB or TLBA, excuse me, Gary. We've got some people on the outside and back in the back that keep things running, and I tell you, I appreciate that as much as anything. This is the first time I've done the 2-judge thing. It probably took a little longer than I normally would have, but I think we got the quality to the top, and I think it's been enjoyable for me, and I think Cash would tell you the same thing. And it's nice to have someone out here that can be there and you can bounce things off of. But mostly, they were my decisions today, and it was good to have somebody that he may disagree when he goes home, but he's agreeing with me most of the time when we're out here. So we'll take that as a win. But really do appreciate his input and listening to me go through the process in my mind. And as I said earlier, he may want to just forget that he was in my mind for a little bit when I was processing this stuff. But it is fun to bounce him around and bounce that off of him, and a lot of respect for him. And I'm telling you, this is a a young man that's got a lot of talent and will be good down the road, and it's been fun to have him in the ring. When we look at these Dorpers, I think it comes down to two, and it's kind of give and take. I think one's got maybe just a little more substance and a little more to it. I think they both are big ribbed. They're both big at the top of their skeletons. They're both wide at the bottom of their skeletons. They have the right type of muscle on the right type of frame. One may be a little bit better coming out of his shoulder and his neck. One's probably a little bit better in the front end and in that breastplate. And I just told you which two I like the best without telling you which two I like the best. But I think your middleweight and your heavyweight are definitely the two that we're looking at for champion and reserve and the first in those classes, and two that are real outliers as far as having that kind of shape, that kind of rib shape, that kind of dimension to their body. One has a little more bone. One has just maybe a little more center body for its size. I think it's a real close competition here. I'm going to handle them one more time just because I like handling good sheep, and I want to do it one more time. And I'm the judge today, right, Les? So I'm going to handle them because of that. I'm going to get these banners, and I'm going to hand one to one and one to the other one, taking nothing away from your lightweight in your second places. Excellent, excellent sheep. But those are the two sheep I'm looking at, and there's no secrets about it. We're going to handle them and give them a banner again. Let's give everybody that helped today, everybody in the ring, everybody around here, a round of applause for letting me and Cash go through this in a way that we thought would make sense.